Hello. Hello. Gaming. Yippers. Let's just jump right into it. Silking my skongers. I'm gonna have to. It's probably not capturing the right game. Nope. Silking my skonger. Skonging. I hear nothing. Where is my audio? No, it's in the correct place. Why is it so quiet? Master vol. Oh. That's why. Why is it so quiet? The master volume fucking all the way down to 4. That's why. There is many an Endfield news and interviews and everything, but indeed, we will start with the silking of the skongers, because that's something where it's like, you know, there's like a clear end goal on the skonging. Because pretty much, I believe what we should pretty much just have left is just bosses. I believeth. Oh, well, for like for the normie ending, what do you want to call it? The ending of I did the bare minimum. My controller is not plugged in, that's why. Wondering why nothing's happening. So we'll see how long this takes. What? I was told, depending on skill issue, 1 to 2 hours. Bare minimum is boring, but I want to get an ending before, like, I probably won't be able to play until like next year. This is pretty much my one chance to do anything in Silksong until like next year. So that's why. Where are we going? Bellway. Check. I want to get an ending. And then the idea is probably to then just return later to do Act 3. Because essentially that's just, we're doing Act 2 ending. Jobs and thesis and Endfield soon. Or soon all possible stream time is used up on Endfield, so. We are going just into the middle, aren't we? Yep. To go play music. Or we even have this that we haven't done. Well, I think I might just have to wait. We have a focus today. Limb discount January 1st. Oh yeah, probably for me it actually will end up being January. Well, it's supposed to be December 31, but time zones might make it whatever. Because now we have all the melodies, so we can go here to do this thing. This one is long just because it's in bile water. I would kind of want to do it, maybe. Oh god. But I also don't want to go to bile water right now. I'm not mentally ready for bile water. What do we have on even right now? Oh, I have my money farming on, I think. Money farm. What else can we put on? I guess this. Or this. Either one. Here we can put on... weighted belt, I guess? Okay, yeah, 5 to 6 a.m. January 1st. Oh, yeah, because update, yeah, true, yeah. Update indeed. Limbus update is indeed middle of the night Europe time. Okay, I'm assuming we kind of almost just have ball. I mean, I guess we might even switch this out for something else. No, let's see. Go up. I haven't played in fucking weeks, so there's gonna be a bit of a, you know. We're gonna be a bit rusty, or maybe insanely rusty. It's a bit loud, maybe. Oh, Jesus. Give me a second. Bit loud. Hey, the cubic, I will have a boy. Oh. Wee. Oh, there's one more. I do love the parry, by the way. Because actually, last time I played, indeed, was actually it was off stream as I did some farming to just buy out shops and whatnot. That's what I did. Was this where I was supposed to play? Was I supposed to listen to again? Do I just have to play it longer? Wah, wah. I think so. Oh, okay. Okay, no, you did have to talk. Blim, blim, blom, blom, blom. Blim, blim, blom. Blim, blim, blom. Offer yourself. I don't like the words of that, but... Objective update. I should have read the objective updated. Take me up to kill whatever is up there. Cutscene. No way. I think it might be too quiet. All right, her also. I forgot about her. Wondering if you'd meet her in Act 3 again as well. By the way, she's kind of caked up. Yeah, I feel like you probably meet her again in Act 3 to a little bit more. Oh, what's that thing? Instantly into. I was kind of assuming possibly like a. What's it now? I was thinking maybe possibly there's a. Wait, I'm here? I have to run back every time? Oh boy, really? Yippers. Okay, well we don't need. What's it now? We don't need this. What can we put on instead? Don't know if we'll need wall grabs. Maybe. I guess might as well. There's nothing else that we put on. Yeah, there should be a better. Yeah. I thought they'd like, you know, take you to a new area and then you'd like, you know, get a bench and shit. Not, you know. I don't know. I don't know why I thought they'd be that kind. Considering the, you know. I'll just probably try and run past you guys. Thank you. Also, I forgot I can actually kind of do that instead. Fuck you! And yeah, bench down here. Here! Cog work. How much scrap do I have, by the way? Like, I have a fair amount of scrap. I was like, you know, how much can I... So I like how I'm one mash chart away. But I have to find one. I don't have one to buy anymore. I guess it's not really boss run back, it's boss load in. Sorry, I was trying to get my thingy. Get the diced. Oh, there's a jump. She went a little bit further than I thought she did. Oh, that's a double hit. Okay, well, like I said, we're rusty. Also, I think she has new moves, maybe. I gotta run out first. Weep, 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 weep. This boss, and then there's like, I'm assuming it's just double boss, essentially. Oh, I wonder if you have to get through her every time, if it's like, you know, Hollow Knight Radiance situation. It's like, both just have parries now. Oh. Oh, she does a little move now. Wow. Oh. Yeah, you have to jump if you hit the whatever. If you hit the parry, you can't just dodge back. It's not enough. Oh. There's gonna be some dodge here. I should probably just take it slower. I'm trying to go very fast when I could observe for a moment and actually see all her moves. So she's just kind of lying there, huh? Oh, it was too late. Also, now she did like that, huh? Wonder what the tell is for her doing, you know. I do not apparently I cannot identify that move on time. Oh, okay, you can actually technically dodge it on time, but ow. Oh, I see. Oh, I went the wrong way. And then I dashed this near him. She did the thing. She did like the jump up diagonal thingy where she leaves the stuff behind. And I was like, I got very confused because I thought she went like a different direction. I was like, huh? Like my intuition said that she would go like the other way, but then she was actually like on top of me, and I got incredibly confused. Okay, yeah, because if he does that, then... Because I don't know, I guess he just mixes it up every now and then. I was like, how do you know, how to know when she does... Oh, she always goes so much further than I think she does. Okay, now I'm just throwing. Oh, okay, we just phase 2 already. That's all. Okay. Oh, I got a dice proc. Got a dice proc. I think if I could just get a whole bunch of parries, even just that one parry, got her to phase 2 like so much faster. So, you know, take it slower. Save my silk for parries. And once again, I know he's not using tools. This is on purpose. She just does it again. And just both parrying. Too late to jump. Ooh. Oh, this fucking that move. What was that move? I just don't have any of the tells yet down on what move she's actually gonna do. So I'm always just kind of reacting rather than preemptively reacting. Like I'm waiting to see what the actual move is rather than like, oh, she's doing that one. Ah, my stuff is on the other side. No, okay, thank you. Like that one should be such an easy dodge if I, you know, just recognize when she's doing it. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess she says thing. She says word when she does it. Except there. I hit the wrong thing. Tried to hit parry, I hit. Oh. Okay, well that's nice. Okay, I dodged into her. Also, I really like never know which parry is coming out. Okay, I then dodged away. Also, I'm assuming I can just fall off the edge as well, by the way. I'm assuming I can just fall off edge. Okay, at least it's not an actual run back. It's just wait for elevator to move itself. No, my thing is on the other side again. Okay, well, she pretty much always starts with that move. What is my guy doing? Heck. Because you could also hit her in the air during that parry. If I was better. Oh, okay, that's a new one. Oh, okay, and then she goes right into parry from there, I see. Came way more directly at me than I thought she would. Oh, okay, she uses parry so much more now. Where almost like after almost seemingly every attack, it's possible for her to just pull out a parry. Ooh. Oh, she went past me. Whoa. Almost fucking hopped off the goddamn edge. Fuck. Okay. That came out kind of quickly. Okay, in second phase, she can pull out a parry so just quickly after any other move almost. Well, not maybe any other move, but a lot of moves. It's like you're trying to punish after a move and you just get hit by a parry. Also, I do still want to try and parry a parry. Like hit the parry, but then counter the counter. Oh. He's not paying attention. I guess I should also, yeah, after if I hit the parry, I should just automatically be jumping instead. Whatever the follow-up parry is, it's easier to dodge it from a jump. Do you do extra damage if you knock her off the fucking edge? I didn't know that was possible. That's a little funny. Ow. Alright, oh yeah, because now she actually always targets you after this, instead of going like in a sort of set pattern. Oh, my parry didn't come out. Whoa! Ow. Early enough. I walked into her. Contact damage. My beloved. Oh, triple move now. Ooh. It would also be very funny if you could make her fall off the edge with that move. Oh my god, okay. She did a little upwards movement. I thought I could jump and heal. It was a new upward move. Yeah, her little up jump and dash towards you, or diagonal attack towards you thing in second phase just always tracks you. Instead of just going in like a triangle. Yeah, like that. My parry? Oh, because I accidentally pressed up, so then it was not parry, it was my tool. Stupid. Get parried? Okay. That was on me. Okay, that's a double hit if she actually catches you with it, of course. He continues to not jump when he hits the parry, even though he said he should. Ooh, jump too far. Okay, that's kind of bad though. To knock her into the whatever is indeed kind of not good. Because I don't get to get any silk off of her. Oh, she went further. Oh. Oh, right. I forgot she has a follow-up now to the dash. Okay, nice. I don't know your story, Lace. Because I didn't do Act 3. Because I'm sure we meet her again in Act 3. The truth of my pathetic empty shell. Okay. The doomed Yuri. Oh, oh! Entirely thread. Platitude spider. Not like you can. Well, yeah. In this case, I can't do Act 3. No, yes. But when we, you know, and maybe at some point come back, you know, to reload the save to then actually do Act 3. Don't be gross. Wow. Oh, to do Act 3, you need to do this fight first anyways? Oh! Oh. Okay, now I understood. Because never mind, yeah, you don't really get to meet Lace that many times then. Well, I feel like probably you'd meet her somewhere else still at some point, but maybe not. We can flashbang. I forgot about the flashbangs. Wake up! Chan Sprangfeld the nun. Come to wish our waking. Bam! From our silk, a child born loyal. Insane flashbang though. Blim 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 blom 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 blim 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 blom 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 blim 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 blom blom blom. Ah, I was wondering where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, but that's interesting. You actually have to do this fight before you can do Act 3, huh? Oh, the cradle. Can I play music? Listening? It's the correct way? Obviously there was stuff down here as well. Okay, that's just a dead end. But here? Honk. Oh, it's here! Okay, yeah, well, good thing I opened that. You get here. There's anything down, right? Nope. Oh, if I'm gonna have the thing on where indeed I can just stick to walls right now. Ah. I have enough? No way. Because I was wondering if there was gonna be like a, you know, one more area, or if it was just gonna be like 2 bosses back to back. My fucking controller's vibrating. I can't like. What's the button for fucking map again? Oh right, this one. We came from there and boo do 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 do. Okay, so this is like, this is the correct way to explore down here first. Whoa, spiky. Lore. In 8th part, last of the line failed with aid, tracked and taken in Sandsea Waste. 7 choristers, 9 envoys lost to task. Nope, lore? Loads of lore. We were in 8th part, last of the line mortally wounded, tracked and taken into Black Back Barrens. From choristers, 1 reed lost to task. Ah, right, okay, yeah, because they're capturing all the weavers. Quarter part, last of the line. Stake to service, tracked and taken beneath the city of Steel. 8 choristers, 12 envoys lost to task. That's what all this is. Detailing various captured. Right, yeah, 8th part. Well, this one was quarter part. So different genetic purity of weavers. Okay. Lore room. Just have to, you know, hit some walls as usual. Something over this way? Really? Just a dead end? Oh. It breaks. Okay, this is here? What's down? This is where I came from? Okay, it is. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. It just opened up the. Yeah. Secret. Is it just? They just give you some silk? Seemingly. Unless I play music. Oh! There is person! I'm so smart. Wake. I can now loop, I think. Okay, well, it didn't give me anything, but lore moment. Up we go. Oop. Oh, these platforms are the same as in the flashbang hallucination we just had. It's over here. Nothing? It's just a ledge? Okay. It's shaking? Yeah, it is. Oh, well, or beating in the back. It's the thing you do for radiance. So what are we gonna do? Fight the sun? Wait, I just got to. So he's now just doing this fight just straight up right away is Act 2 ending. And then you have to do some kind of extra stuff to like unlock Act 3 or whatever. Karama. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll ask after the boss probably just what you need to actually do for Act 3. Just that it's in my head. But for now, we'll you know, take the one ending. Because, I mean, I'd probably want to do, like, every ending at some point anyway. So, you know. The Silksong is so true. Act 3 basically complete all side quests. Okay, yeah. Complete all the other content. I wonder how many I have left. Because apparently I still have indeed one or two, like, somewhat hidden areas that I haven't done. I mean, obviously we have at least one, well, I guess I think we didn't do all of Bilehaven yet, and we have a quest in Bilehaven. Which for sure, it's a chakra quest, so it's for sure, like, a main one. We have some, like, stuff we haven't emptied, and this weird stuff down here, and... Oh, also, yeah, I haven't gotten all the fleas either. I bought all the flea maps. But yeah, I haven't done all the fleas either. I'm not sure if those are part of all side quests. There's indeed something over here, I guess, still. So yeah, I do still have, like... There's indeed clearly stuff. But now we just do this. So we do this now, and then we need just have a moment where it's okay, we can come back and do all the side quests. Or figure out what is all the stuff that I'm missing even for it, and then 30%! Act 3 is apparently also, yeah, another like 10, 15 hours, which is funny. Okay, well. Karama! Hello. Grandmother Silk. Okay, very radiance of you. Ow, okay. Okay, so no contact damage. Parry might not be the really best one here, because I can't really get a parry when I'm, like, you know, on top of her. Okay, no, she does also do some normal attack, or like some attacks of her own. Yeah, parry might not be... We'll probably switch off of parry, just because... Probably a lot of the attacks are gonna be non... Or don't really work for parry. Do you think she's too easy? Literally first time I saw her. This is the closest bench, right? Yeah. You kind of have to do some little jumping to get up, that's all. It is luckily just jumping to get up. Of course, they had to put at least some spikes, though, for it, you know? Okay, yeah, because it doesn't need auto-start the boss like on, you know, other bosses. It's always... You have to press challenge. We're gonna be hearing Garama a couple times. No. Okay, well I would. Woo. However, also no contact damage also means you can't really pogo off of her. Also, drones would be fucking destroying her right now. Okay, also, yeah, good to know that indeed, once the things are on the ground or whatever, then they don't do damage. Ah! I was just barely there, I guess. Ow! Did we 1 damage? Insane animation, 1 damage. Ow. Oh! Saved by dice. Dice OP. Okay, well, no, the second phase, right? Okay, you can. Oh, you can. I guess you can. It's just, it feels weird to pogo off of something that, you know. Oh god. Oh god. Whoa. That, like, you know, isn't contact. Okay, I see how this is. Area denial, huh? Nah! Okay, no, it does. Oh no, it does do 3 damage. That was triple damage. I don't know why I thought it was 1. I only saw 1 hit apparently. Nope, nope. I was already up top. Okay, but what's... Okay, yeah, you can indeed do a little skip-a-rooney there. Can't do any off there. Oh, and then, yeah, okay, then you have to go from here. Karama! Karama! Yeah, just count the Garama. It's the same as counting deaths. Except for the ones we actually, you know, are successful. I can actually hit her from just actually being on the floor. I don't actually have to jump to hit upwards. Which is good to know. Just less inputs from my small brain to do. Oh. Except for when she slightly moves up, then you can't hit her with just doing this. Oh, that was a bit tight. I wasn't paying attention. Ow. I wasn't paying attention. Ow. Oh. On 2 health for phase transition. A long ass phase transition though. No, I was hoping I could get some nice freebies in there. Ah, I couldn't see them coming from the fucking side. Oh. You gonna remove these or? Okay. Eventually, yes. Ah! Whoa! I'm in the rocks! I'm in the rocks! Ow. I was in the rocks. Oh. Okay, I feel like these jumps are faster than these jumps. I feel. I don't know. Oh. Fuck. Okay. I understand. Alright. Not yet. One more. Music though. Karama! I didn't pick up my thingy. Whoops. I guess it's pretty easy to pick up on this one. Let me hit. Let me hit. Let me smash. Okay, I thought they were gonna shit would come from the side, but yeah, sometimes because that stuff just comes, you know, outside of your like vision. Some of the side attacks. Ow. Ow. That was just on me. Oh. Bah! Ow, ow, ow. Okay, nice heal right on the phase transition. Oh, you got one. I got a one hit in. Got one hit in ahead of time. Okay, that hit me apparently. Not cool. She's inside the rocks. I can't hit her. Ow. That's a bit close. Oh. Oh. Ah! Rocks! Oh, spiky. That fucking perfect area denial to prevent me from hitting her. Where? Where? Oh. Oh, ow. Ow. Okay, now I'm just kind of fucking up. I didn't notice the rock! Hacking rocks. The area denial in phase 2 is kind of fucked up. I feel like you can just sometimes get a combo of area denial that's like very tricky to deal with. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, because the thing is down farther now. I was confused by the... My pogo? Okay, well, just losing all our health here apparently. Well, we're on... We've only lost 2, so... Karama! It would be funny having the double damage thing on here, because if you get hit by the grab, it's 6 damage. Oh, okay, well, heal right away. Wasn't far enough. Thank God that if you do stagger her mid-attack, the attacks that she was starting doesn't go through. Okay, that was a really fast phase 1. That was a really good phase 1. It's up. Like I usually for all the doors and stuff, I just always use like a D-pad up pretty much. But you can also technically do it. Like, you can't do it with even just. Yeah, it's not pressed down. It is like point up. Spiky. I should just jump over that one. Okay, oh, you can stay on those. You do have walls to grab onto in theory. Oh, that was good timing. Whoa. Ooh, that was a good dodge. Ah. He's throwing. Ah. Nope. Binder! Wait, was that it? Sucker up! Oh, I just noticed the silk bar. And also my HP bars. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a similar situation, you know, becoming the Hollow Knights. Oh, okay. Hate the god. I'm wondering if it's one of those where, like, if you don't press anything, then you get a different version. Yeah, we become god. Well, yeah, I think, you know, this is essentially bad ending, isn't it? Monka W, Monka S. Oh, you have to play. Oh, huh? Oh no, but you also for Act 3 you also just need to do all the side quests first. Apparently, I haven't done all the side quests, so okay, yeah, indeed, bad ending. Bad ending. Defeat Grandmother Silk and bind her power. Weaver Queen. Become as Weaver Queen. Yeah. Because we haven't done all the quests for Act 3 or whatever, so we can't do that one yet. We can only get like the basic bad ending. Indeed. I mean, it very much feels like you didn't do everything you could have. It very much does feel like an ending where it's sort of like, you had more to do still, but luckily, obviously, you can just reload the save before the boss, so you can go do everything. I'm mainly wondering how much... We could look up how much I... Like, what are all the things that I'm missing still for Act 3? Okay, but also, once you do all the stuff for Act 3, do you play the needle in before you challenge? I guess I didn't even try to play it before you challenge Grandmother Silk. Or if you play it once you, like, beat her or something. And then probably get a third boss. 2,150 Kickstarter backers, no way. And Seth Golden. And Seth Goldman. Okay, do you actually get like a specific quest once you've done enough? You get a specific quest? Oh. Darkness and danger you pursued. Thank you for exploring the world of Hollow Knight Silksong. Let's meet again on the road ahead. Well, we'll meet again when I reload the save at some point. And... Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. I was literally just asking if you get an actual specific quest then. Yeah, what is our game completion? For 38 hours. 37, pretty much. Oh yeah, also, yeah, he gets still soul mode. It didn't give me the percentage. My percentage. My percentage. To unlock the percent. That's fucked up. My 0% completion. How could this be? Because I didn't actually beat the game. No! Was that a thing in Hollow Knight as well? I think Hollow Knight gives you a percentage even if you just do Hollow Knight ending. Don't need all the side quests, just all the ones on the board in Bodom on First Shrine and Belhard. Okay. And I think I have... Well, I guess we could... We just look up all the... I guess we just... Silksong, how to get Act 3. Oh yeah, also, what does the main screen look like now? Yeah, well, it looks like this, indeed. We have been taken over by the Silker. Give me just like a non-spoilery. Known Act 3 prerequisites. Don't give me a video, just let me read. Okay. Gather enough fleas, including Voglog at the top of the putrefied ducks. Once you have found Vlog speaking to her at the flea caravan, will give you access to a shop where you can buy maps. Okay, yeah. So, well, this part I've done. I have the map unlocked. So apparently it's just, you have to get enough fleas, not all of them, but enough to be able to buy the flea maps, I guess, which I do have. And then all wishboard wishes, yeah. Belhard quest triggered by buying out all the chakra of inventory, which I think I... Actually, that might actually, I'm not sure if I... Do I have that one? Maybe I do. Maybe I might have bought... Actually, I might have specifically at some point went to buy them. I'm not too sure. Oh, wait, no, because I wanted to buy all of Chakra's inventory, but because we had the quest where she's in Bilehaven, or Bile whatever, I couldn't. No, but once all of... Oh, but never mind. Once all of Belhar's quests are completed, speak to an NPC in Belhar to unlock your house. Okay, never mind. So we have the house. Once all of them completed visiting Songclave, I get to the Silken Soul Wish from the caretaker. I don't know if I have that one. Act 3 will start... Okay, never mind. Act 3 will start once you get Silken Soul, once you've just done all of them, okay? Side quests. We do need to do Chakra's quest at some point. We might not do it right now. I mean, we could maybe. We did finish the non-ending fest, and I thought we would. Because what we have is... Okay, there's a lot of these, first of all. Fleetopia, Songclave. Silken Soul is the last one, yeah. Root Feast, Putrefied Ducks. Okay, we have Longclaw. So we've done that one. Great Taste of Farland. This one we've done. Can I check my completed one? I can, right? We can actually just... Because yeah, now we're just here. We reload game before boss. My game? Oh, I'm not tabbed in. Oh, why is nothing happening? Yeah, because there is a completed. Yeah, there's show completed. Okay, well, these are all main quests, these ones, and then there's these ones. So we can, like, compare these. Let me just grab the thingy. Bone Bottom Repairs is done. Card with the Pilgrims is done. Berry picking. Actually, there's, like, I have more on my list than there is in this list. Bone Bottom Repairs. Card with the Pilgrims. You need to find an item to see your percentage. That's fucked up. The Lost Fleas, yes, like the first level of it or whatever. Yeah. Berry picking, yes. Volatile flint beetles, yes. Life-saving bridge, I think so. Or not. Surely I have. Bridge over the pit leading to the moss grotto. I'm pretty sure. Because that one's just the one where you just give them money or whatever and they build it, don't they? Terrible Tyrant, yes. Flexible Spines, yeah, you get the Drifter's Cloak. Fastest in Farloom, Farfield, fastest in Farloom. Well, I guess I could also just check all the... we could also just go check all of the bounty boards and see which ones might still be existing. We just have to get out of here first. Where, obviously, we could just use this. First try first, I guess. Because if it's specifically, yeah, it's the bounty board one specifically. There's some quests you get from non-bounty boards. And some of them are barely quests because it's just like give them money. Yeah, there's nothing here. Being born purely... Oh yeah, because we beat Lace. Hello, Sherma. Yeah, just to check the other ones. I don't think there is any on them, but I don't know if I have to do something still to unlock more of them. We gotta go Bellaway. Yeah, because Chakras, I'm assuming, indeed is bounty board, yeah. It could be that Chakras is like almost the last one I have. Unless more stuff unlocks from there. I guess we'll go Bone Bottom first, I guess. And Bone Bottom should be empty. I feel like Bone Bottom has been empty for ages, so. Like Bone Bottom has been empty for ages, yeah. Could it be that Chakra is the last one I have? Unless indeed I still have something that I just haven't unlocked. Where are we going? Bellheart. But also, actually, we're looking at this quest the list or whatever. It actually says which ones are at a wish board and which ones are not, so. Yeah, this is also currently empty. Currently empty. There. Okay, we'll just indeed go through these. Okie dokie, I'm licensing bridge should be done. I was just giving them money. Specifically looking for the ones that are the whatever. Like from the wish board. What am I looking for? I'm looking for silver bells. Which I feel like I should have done. Did I fucking go past it already? Yeah, there. Okay. Indeed. Silver bells. My missing courier is done. Crowbug clearing is done. I saw it there somewhere. Yeah, right down there. Restoration of Bellheart, I think should be done. Belhar's Glory, my missing brother, Savage Beastfly. Recitation from Belhar right there, Belhar's Glory right there. My missing brother right there, Savage Beastfly right there. Trail's End. Not here, unless Trail's End is Trail's End literally the chakra one? Trail's End is chakra. And then Queen's Egg, I think I did see done. Queen's Egg, yep. Liquid Lacquer. Liquid Lacquer, not here. The Queen's Egg and Liquid Lacquer are... Those are like, aren't those actually the delivery ones? Delivery quests? Yeah, the delivery quests aren't. Queen's Egg and those are not... They're not bounty board ones. They're delivery ones. So I think so. Okay, yeah, chakra obviously, yes. Okay, then we get to Songclave ones. We have building up Songclave. Strengthening, building up Songclave, strengthening Songclave. Wandering Merchant, the Lost Merchant. Okay, Lost Merchant is there. Strengthening Songclave. Cloaks for the Choir, yes. Balm for the Wounded. Should be, that's the chakra one, right, isn't it? Yep. Final Audience. Yes. Wailing Mother. Oh, Wailing? No, Wailing Mother right there. Great Taste of Farloom, which I think is the great. That's not a bounty board though. I mean, I've done it anyway. And there's Brood Feast and Putrefied Ducts, but these are not. Okay, I think the only quest I have left is Chakra. And possibly I might not have enough fleas. There's a possibility that I don't have enough fleas yet, in theory. So possibly I need to find some more fleas. I'm not sure. But otherwise it's just Chakra's quest, I guess. Fleas in Fleetopia. Oh, they're at Grand Gate. Do they have to get to Fleetopia? Do they? Because yeah, they're in Grand Gate, I think. Yeah, they have not moved from Grand Gate, I think. If Fleetopia is the trigger for that, I guess I'll just go talk to them real quick. I don't think I've found that many fleas. So if there's like an amount of fleas, I feel like that would be one of them. What's the fastest way again? Blasted Steps, isn't it? Actually, no, isn't there now a better one? Because we have like some funny shortcuts. Oh, well, not one with a... whatever. So yes, Blasted Steps. I don't think it is enough. I haven't gathered any more fleas in a while, so... Whee! Run! Ow. Ah, I didn't have enough silk. Hello. Yeah, he did. Yes, still need to find some fleas. Who knows how many, but I have all the flea maps, however, so, you know, I can just... There's apparently a flea right above... somewhere right above that, Really? There's one right there? Yeah, and Chakra somewhere it's like in here. There's also a flea in here apparently. And obviously in Bilehaven, we obviously have Bilehaven that we did not do the boss yet in Bilehaven because it was terrible. That's why. Does the quest say specifically Bilehaven? No, it is Bilewater. Okay. It might go to Bilehaven as well, but okay. So we still need some fleas and then Chakra's quest, pretty much. That is our situation. Luckily, indeed, for fleas, I bought all the maps because I farmed up some money. So I have all the maps. Apparently there's one somewhere there in Wormways. One apparently over there in Deep Docks. Oh, right, there's the door in Pilgrim's Rest as well. That I've never managed to, like, get through. I might also just need to look up, indeed, like, the hidden areas that I haven't found. There's also one in Crawl Lake up there, apparently. One in Bilehaven over there. One in Whispering Vaults way up there. One down in Underworks over there. One in Coral Chambers right there. The specific flea in Mount Fae is required. You sure? And it's not just a number of fleas? You need to do... Well, yeah, we need to do Bilehaven probably because fucking... I mean, Chakra's also just, you know, there. Probably, you know, you end up doing it probably at the same time pretty much. Yeah, Bilehaven was just left because we just didn't finish it when we were there. And we did some other stuff. We just have to go back and actually do it at some point. It was going to be done anyway, but... I did also assume that it was like, you probably need to do it. Like, a complete Bilewater. But yeppers. Okay, so we have some fleas and Bilehaven and Chakra to do. We need to be in Act 3 to get that flea. Ah, okay. Never mind. Okay, I guess maybe some of these indeed. Well, probably actually, yeah, because also there's this one. I'm assuming then that also this one over here in Pilgrim's Rest with the weird door that doesn't open is probably also like an Act 3 thing where it only opens up in Act 3 or something. Because there's a couple different doors and whatnot. There's also like, I think this one down in like Deep Docks as well. That just like, yeah, are not open until Act 3. But then there's also, you know, fleas like this one right above, directly above the slab bench, which apparently I didn't get. Farfield doesn't? Oh my god. Just missed a certain entrance. Yeah, who fucking knows where that is again? 1 billion hidden entrances. I think there's some of the entrances are a little bit too hidden in this one. Like in Hollow Knight, you know, you could kind of stumble upon all the hidden stuff with like a reasonable amount of effort. In Silksong, they're really hidden. They're real hidden. Real hidden, but that will have to be for another time indeed. Because then I don't obviously once we. So it shouldn't take too long to unlock Act 3. But then afterwards there are many a thing to grab. And then there's, you know, actual Act 3 questing, and then also, I mean, I probably do want to also figure out all the other little secret bits I've missed. Wasn't really super hidden. I guess I'm just blind. I mean, I did miss a couple other supposedly pretty obvious ones where maybe they were actually kind of obvious. Looked up how much progress there is left to unlock Act 3 and then close it. Well, that was the whole point. I wasn't planning on unlocking Act 3 right now. I just wanted to know how far away I was from unlocking Act 3. I wanted to know. We should go pull for Tragodia. Or at least do some pulls for Tragodia. Let me open Arknights. I'll have to go through same process again. No. Believe me, I will remember, because there's only really two things that are included in unlocking Act 3. It's do the chakra quest, which is in the quest list, and get a couple fleas. Then after that, I can check what I need for, you know, the what's all the stuff actually in Act 3. You know? I just wanted to know how much, indeed. How close was I? Because I could have been, like, miles away from all I knew. Is the game sound on? Hello, Arknights? Okay, it is. I was confused for a moment. Give me just a second.
Doctor.
It is not the right size. There we go. Wahoo! TP the first time. Actually, also give me just a second to
ケルシーが誰にも話さなかったエピソードを聞きたいか
Soul Troll Monster. Let me go here. Here. Something like that. Cool. My base?
部屋を自分で飾り付けてもいいか
So true, Neon. Okay, I have Cat as my leading controller of the base, because of course.
ドクター
Okay, okay, I already did all my. Well, there was a
レ
Vanguard
ッ
wave.
ドは黙ったまま私の近くで寝転がって休息を取るのを好んでいるし、フォリニックもいつも周到に私が漏らした仕事を片付けてくれる。ドクタ
What are you
ー、
talking about?
私はいかにして彼女たちの眼差しに応えるべきなのだろうか。
I haven't actually gone and listened to. I've read all the voice lines, but I haven't actually listened to them.
本当、もう一度彼女を抱きしめたいな。
Look, all right, just make me sad. Okay, sure, monster.
バニラと申します。訓練生として
先方オペレーターの重装オペレーター先方オペレーターの
I've still only ever gotten one dupe of new robot. I've gotten multiple robots. Only one of the new one. Ridiculous. I don't know why this robot is so difficult to get. Well, it doesn't have very good tags, because like the only tag you can use is like Vanguard. It doesn't even have DP recovery in its tags. Like, cool, thanks. Also cool, it's a cool intro. And a little like a dolly zoom and cathing back. And also the vibes. Also not creepy at all, by the way, you know, with these guys. Oh, the Tippy's back there. Tippy. Zoomer. So just notice the letters. AFK, PU. Oh, ABC. Missing the E. Okay, it's just the alphabet. And then some question marks. Okay. You can't even whale for robots, no. And then obviously, you know, even if you have a tag for the robot, the chances are that it drops anyway. Like you have robot tag, it might just drop. You have elemental damage tag, it might just drop. Because you can put like 3 hours max. Anyway, shall we do a couple? How many rolls do I even have? I have a little over 200 in a random. And then I got some tickets. Have I bought this month's tickets? I have not, but I could. I could. We'll use the tickets at least. Because I don't want to go like 150 rolls. I don't need Tragodia so bad that I'm like, I will go all in here. Like at least a little bit. Like, you know, a couple 6 stars maybe. 5 star. 1 5 star at the very end. Hummus just got a skin on CN. Gay men winning. I'm gonna like go all the way manually to the end, and then it's not even gonna be Tippy. I bet. We were just playing Silksong. It's Silksong. Okay, finally. Tippy? Rock rock. Not even Tippy. Okay, I'm skipping. And then it was Tippy. Then it was her. Welcome to no new 5-star cup. Never mind. You thought. Okay. Blue bag. Truly nothing hurts worth more than fucking blue bag. Okay, now we are into a random. Oh my, blue bag. Okay, we're 40, so if we don't get anything on this one, then we're getting into pity. Nope, 5 star. Okay, show me Tippy as the first one, so I get the intro line. Melanite. Okay, well, we get into pity. Sure as hell get into pity. Okay, oh yeah, you'd fucking think so. You'd hecking think so. Midway, okay. Okay. I must, however, say, ever since those monster pulls, my luck has been like average at best. A wind scooter. Actually, I'm not sure if I even had a wind scooter. I don't think I did. Jessica, no way. This one?
ご無沙汰ね。この船の船上指揮官さん。
Vampire woman.
私のことを覚えてなくても申し訳ないなんて
Also,
思わないでね。
I did not realize that the JP pronunciation was that.
できないでしょうから。
Intelekeia. See this one? I don't think I have a use for. I don't see myself using her much. I'm gonna be real.
ポプカルです。
Give me TP.
論理に
Another rock. Is rock on upright or something? Oh, she is. Okay, she is. She is. Do I want to go more? We could go for like we'll go for one more 6-star. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, we'll check if it's TP.
石見習いのアンセルです。
Or another
他
rock
の
rock.
アシスタント。なあ、ドクター。
Leto.
うちらの中でわざわざこんなことやる必要あんのか？一応形だけでも。
Leto. It's not like I need him, no. But also I have some rolls, and I think the next time I'm rolling is his anniversary. So, which I mean, which isn't actually that far away, but anniversary also gives us free rolls. Okay. And then it's Tippy again! When I skip, every time I skip, it's Tippy. My blue bag. Double wind scoot. Double embryo. I mean, we pretty much we're just gonna end up at like we're just gonna end up at like the almost 150 fucking rolls anyway. How is my monster karma actually still going? I think this is I think the latter half of this gets into pity. The last one. It's the last. Exactly roll 100. Embryo here again. Why so many embryo? Okay, I'm clicking. I would take a lemon spook. I wanted lemon, but I didn't get lemon. I'd take a lemon spook.
Doctor.
Hummus. Okay, not yet. Kurusu.
Ciao. Mi sono sempre chiesta che aspetto avesse l'incredibile doc di cui parlava Lisa nelle sue lettere. Finalmente ci incontriamo. A proposito, potresti dirmi come procedono i suoi studi, se hai tempo?
Look, ma'am, I love hearing you speak Italian, but I was not looking for that at the moment. I needed a French man and not an Italian mama. Okay? Fuck. Okay, no, that's a sign. Okay, also that was 110, not 100. No, I need... Fuck. So annoying. Technically, we're so close to just guaranteeing him. Why am I even doing this? This is so... By the way, it's so not me. I feel like normal... me before would have just not even bothered rolling. Give me your introduction, actually. Wait. Where is onboard?
Konnichiwa. Tippy Sky Breaker ただいま着任しました。ミドルは自分で考えたコードネームです。え？コードネームの使い方間違ってる？
Her code name in Japanese is completely different, by the way.
こんにちは。Tippy Sky Breaker
Oh, never mind.
ただいま着任しました。ミドルは自分で考えたコードネームです。
Oh, never mind.
コードネームの使い方間違ってる？
She called her well, she tried to make her code name yeah, Skybreaker in Japanese, but Sky Rift Walker in English, which is probably a reference to Star Wars. You know, considering the movie theming and whatnot, the Hollywood theming. Zoomer woman. Yep, and then we got Vampire Woman, and then we got Dupe for Whoopi, who I already actually had. I got the attack plus 25. I'm one away from improved second talent. I guess we can level you up, I guess?
機械なんかで記録された光景が本当に人の心から浮かび上がる。
Also, oh, I need to also level up Cat. I need to level up Cat.
私の感謝の印に君を消化させてあげ
I
たい
have not leveled up Cat.
君の体内の血をまるっと浄化して純潔のブラッドブルードになれるか見て
Braddo Burudo.
なんて
Japanese is funny sometimes.
冗談だよ。根血の去る数じゃあるまいし、君がそんな苦しみに耐えられるはずないでしょ。
Yeah, you can ask for recommendations on the Discord, yeah. Absolutely. There are people who know a game. If you don't get through it, then Cat is not gonna do much. Okay, but consider this. Cat. You are under the impression I'm actually gonna use Cat much. And it's not just because Cat.
機械なんかで記録された光景が本当に人の心から浮かび上がる記憶以上に真実だって言えるの？
Look, there's priority. Oh god, materials. Oh, I can just craft it right away. Epic. Also, you should not even be here anymore. Also, I did also see Uriel did have to go 620 rolls for max pot Tragodia. She was prepared to, she had saved up 1,000 rolls. But still having to go 620 is a rough one. But it is max pot. And you only have like one guarantee, don't you? It's still real rough though. Guard? Do I have just enough guards? What am I making? Battle records. Rather fussy.
私はプレゼントにもその送り主にもこだわるたちなんだけどな。船同士の誓いがある。
French looking vampire woman? Yeah, it's like wrong looking. It's sort of, she's a little French maybe, but like the wrong French. That is not Tragodia, no.
いつでも手伝ってあげるかな。
That is very much not Tragodia. Maybe I should have leveled up Miss Christine first and then roll. Fuck, I'm stupid. I should have leveled up the cat first. How could I make such an elementary mistake, Watson? This sure is legs though, and all, not just legs by the way. I would like to point out that you can actually see the tiny little skin crease between the butt cheek and the thigh right here. Right there, a little line. It's the connecting point between butt and thigh. I've seen people just need 200 to full pot. Yeah, no, you can get lucky. You can get lucky. I might have done 200 for full pot monster, which I am indeed fucking still feeling the karma for, apparently. Every one of my rolls in any game has been average at best since then. Another XA incident? Kinda. Yeah. Or more like Limwen incident. 110, we got Entelekia and a Vulpes dupe in 110. So first of all, we're just below average of 50 per 6-star. And... Yep, no Tragodia. We found your Tragodia. What do you mean? What have you... what have you put into here? What is in my Discord server? Four minutes ago! 110 pull, just wanted Tippy for yellow cert so I could trade it for Mudrock. Got Tragodia. What the fuck? What the hell? Anyway, we'll get to the we'll start catching up on Endfield news pretty soon here. What the hell, man? We did get Zoomer Bird, just barely. Okay, let's level up Cat and then. I mean, she's a caster. Yeah. Okay, everyone ready? More? Yes. I do like how you can go into voice acting though. I mean it is the meme of like when you're just chilling but then Miss Crean starts speaking and you gotta start listening to her wise words. Oh yeah, indeed, apparently EN, if you actually choose EN, there's no voice. Only CN and JP actually have like the voice coded in. Not even crediting VA. Also, fun fact, Miss Christine actually has 2 VAs. Her voice lines are from 2 different cats. Caster. Do I have casters? I do. 3. We already have Car from Monster Hunter Collab. That's fake cat. Palicos are fake cat. They're not like they're not just a cat, you know, like a cat. They're like weird cat. Why did they credit the cat VAs? They really should have credited the cat VAs. We know the cat VAs. Like, we do know them. So, like... Three weird cats makes 1 normal cat? No, I think 3 weird cats just makes, like, cat times... weird cat times 3. Look at Cat. She's so... regal. Such a sophisticated, polite lady. Oh, there's also a thingy, which we can read after event. Probably. Good cat. Good cat. Such a good cat. Hypergriff in-house office cat living their good life. So actually, it is a somewhat sad story. So Miss Christine is not voiced by the Hypergriff office cat. I believe it was a he, did not have the right type of voice. So they got some outside cats to voice Christine. And actually, pretty recently, I think it was sometime this summer, Doctor, the Hypergriff office cat, did actually pass away. Sadly. Oh right, also yeah, yeah, that is a funny thing. However, indeed, with like Tragodia and indeed Christine as well. You have the weird cutoff thing with what level you have to be to do enough elemental damage or whatever. You need to be like a specific level. What Tragodia needs to be level 82, E2 82, I believe, for his like break point for like elemental damage, which is very funny and something that unfortunately is just not going to be a thing on my account. I'm not going to do weird ass numbers, and I'm only max leveling my favorites. You could argue that maybe Cat should be max level just for being Cat. Actually, wait a minute. I could have used this. I could have used this. I could have indeed max leveled Cat. I had a free level 80 ticket. He forgot. I also have a mastery for 5 stars. Well, now see, now I'd only get like 40 levels out of the ticket. Max level Tippy. Maybe after I see more of Tippy. If I like her character in the story, then I might. And yeah, I have a mastery ticket as well for 5 stars. So I could also use this on someone as well. Oh yeah, which skill on Cat actually is even the best one? So I have 18 data blocks now. And I do probably have some modules to get again. For example, I could get Ascalon's second module. If I had Tragodia, I could get his module. This one without Tragodia again. If you had Trago, exactly, the classic. If you had, it does feel a little fucked up that I'm 110. So like, 50 more rolls would probably, like my next 6-star would probably be Tragodia. But I'm at 90,000 around them. I'm at like 150 rolls. So, and I want Hoshiguma Altar more than I want Phantom Altar. I could just buy these now, however. I think I can buy these in December as well. And then also in January. So now we're up to like 200 rolls again. Yeah, and this we'll have to read after we read. Because yeah, we'll be reading the story next week. I guess they're easily. I might roll just like a 10 roll at lazy, but... Did 80 pulls for Tip B, got an Ascalon and a Stainless pot. Ascalon is fucking good though. Yep, I have. I am diligent on emptying out this. I literally only have LMD left. Other than obviously, well, they add more with each rerun. They add more. But yeah, I can now always empty out everything and then get some of the LMD as well. I have 8,000 red certs, by the way. Oh, but we're getting new red certs operators soon-ish, aren't we? Or did we only just get new ones? No, we only just got new ones on CN, didn't we? So not until then. I have all the certs to empty it out. I just never did. This point is just emergency stash. That is a good. It's a good idea. It's a smart idea to indeed not actually claim certain roles and be like, this is my emergency stash. I should not see this amount of roles actually like on my account. They should be hidden away so that I don't accidentally use them. I have seen, yeah, the data mine for our upcoming events. Also, give me just a second. So we'll probably transfer now to start catching up on, since unfortunately, I'm just not gonna go all the way to guaranteeing Soul True Monster. Yeah, the Kurahu.
Pygabus 6 Mikui I.
I thought I changed the TTS amount. I have to set the check things. I can almost speak. 01. I'm putting timestamps in. Endfield news. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Gap between global and CN is now only 157 days. Holy moly. Holy moly. Because yeah, indeed, yeah, the data mined stuff is also indeed like, yep. We do be going. We do be schmoving. There's no other way to put it. We do be schmoving. We are moving. What should we start with? Should we actually just start with the IGN interview? There's like 1 billion interviews. There's so many articles and interviews now. With, or just about Enfield.
Hello again.
Ah! Fucking autoplay. I did not watch this interview. I did not watch this interview. Oh, and I've just saved like a bunch of articles. That we can also go through. I think a lot of them are going to be very much the same thing. So some of them you can kind of skim through, but I feel like this is the
Arknights.
this is like the I feel the big one is the IGN interview. This is a almost 15-minute interview with Lowlight himself. Yeah, and yeah, 4Gamer earned an automaton, yeah, for articles. I think there was also was the 4Gamer one the English article? There's a bunch of Japanese articles, and then there's at least some English ones. Yeah, because this was posted 14 hours ago. Yeah, this was 14 hours ago, so this is both a Japan. Okay, I have a bunch of them saved. I just bookmarked them on Twitter or whatever when I saw them, and I think I bookmarked some English article as well. But can go for this interview, where because what I have, however, seen, I saw because there's a shorts version essentially. It's not of this interview. It's like a separate thing. But where is it in here? Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Light, producer of the Arknights Endfield, co-founder of the Griff Line.
This is what I did see.
Endfield is a real-time 3D RPG
He speaks English.
coming in early 2026 for PlayStation,
No way.
PC and mobile. Beta test 2 will start on November 28th, and you can sign up for the beta now. I'm so excited for you guys to check out the game and let me know what are you thinking. Welcome to Task 2, Administrator.
No way. He speaketh English. Also, we finally have someone from Hypergriff actually saying early 2026. Before this, it was just the Apple thing, and they didn't refute it either. So... But also, yeah, he speaks English pretty well. I think I skimmed through a bit of I clicked around on the interview. He does respond to most of the stuff in Chinese, I think. So like he can speak English if he, probably has like a thing he has ready to say. But like maybe sort of back and forth conversation, like sort of instant reply is tricky, which is very fair. So we have interview.
Arknights Endfield is a real-time 3D RPG.
And also, yes, indeed, all of these are for sure ads. These were not just like naturally IGN was just super interested. It's presented by Arknights Endfield. This is a sponsored thing. A collaboration and possibly some money exchanged between Hypergriff and IGN here. Because also IGN from Gamescom, was it Gamescom or some other earlier point? IGN also had some article. I think it was Gamescom. IGN had an article showing off like the Gamescom booth and whatnot. That was also, it said like, sponsored by Griffline or whatever.
by Griffline. I got to go hands-on with the game ahead of its second beta test, and I got a ton of questions about what comes next. And I'm joined by none other than the co-founder and director of Hyperglyph and
He's still so
producer
dripped
on
out.
Arknights Endfield, Light Zhang. Welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm Light, the producer and the director of the Arknights and the Arknights
Shadow
Endfield.
drop after the
Nice to
test.
see you.
Presented by Arknights Endfield.
He speaks English.
So, talk to me about this.
I feel like I've heard him speak English somewhere before. But maybe I've just hallucinated that. You know, other than like one or two words here and there, like Wenfield, you know.
New entry in the Arknights series, how does it fit within the universe?
明日方舟周末地的话是
对
我们
most of the
对
answers
于
are
明日方舟这个 IP 的一个全新的尝试，它为这个 IP 带来了一个非常高品质的次世代一样的次世代级别的视觉效果以及游玩体验。
No, it's completely fair to not be
然后
like
我们希望它也
super
是
confident.
一
Like
个能
he's confident, like he actually speaks English pretty confidently when you know he has he has been able to practice a line or like a phrase and so on, which is yes. Conversation is a whole different thing.
够提高整体明日方舟 IP 的游戏的一个品质的一步。然后，但我未来也会觉得明日方舟 IP 它会有各种各样的游戏类型出现。
It's exciting. Now, this is a pretty big shift from
I know that this, it's edited. It's an edited interview. So there's, there will have been like a translator and so on. Probably at least. But it is funny to think, okay? It's funny to think. Also, so I'm going to be pausing a bunch. It's funny to think that he would ask a question in English. Lowlight would respond in Chinese. He wouldn't understand a thing and he'd be like, "Oh, that's really cool." And just go on to the next question. It's a very funny thought to have in your head, like a vision. Probably not the case. There's probably a translator around, but it's a really funny idea to imagine that, like, there was no translator. Okay, anyway, next. We'll go back a little bit so that we don't miss that.
然后，但我未来也会觉得明日方舟 IP 它会有各种各样的游戏类型出现。
It's exciting. Now, this is a pretty big shift from the original Arknights, which was more of a 2D tower defense style game.
Yeah.
What inspired the shift to a 3D RPG?
作为我自己来说的话，首先我是一个游戏开发者，然后我一直以来也梦想去能够制作更高品质的。
I think I've said something like this, like that they probably. I said this yesterday.
但本质上来说，它所挑战的技术难点和视觉的一些沉浸感啊，包括一些图形艺术、美术方面的一些所采用的技术还没有达到我们最理想的一种状态。然后那么作为明日方舟成功之后，我们也希望能够结合我们自己经验，再去挑战一个制作难度更高的、规模更大的一个作品。然后并且这些也是我们
Me, I am the player who has dreamed of this
所
for 30 years.
都想见到有个3D 版的一个明日方舟。
He's speaking directly to me.
It's very cool. I'm sure people.
Speaking directly, I think I said this yesterday during the Limbo stuff, where Kim Ji-hoon also mentioned that they'd like to make like a 3D action game at some point, like somewhere way down the line. Like Lowlight just said, he's a game developer. They're game developers. They also just want to make really cool looking shit, and a 3D action RPG is kind of one of the cool things you can do. It's just like a dream probably for a lot of game devs, of just making something like that. So it's kind of funny for him to like just say it, as I mentioned it yesterday, as a thing of just 3D action RPGs are just kind of a dream project probably for a bunch of people. Also, dude, he genuinely actually, this is what Darkest players have dreamed of.
这也是我们方舟玩家 Arknights 的 IP。
Very soon after I started Arknights 5 years ago,
3D 版的一个明日方舟。
I was like, dude, it would be so cool if we could have, like a 3D game in this universe, in this IP. And then, whatever, 2 years later or something, they announced Endfield. And I was like, holy shit, I've been wanting this for the last 2 years already.
It's very cool. I'm sure people are going to be super excited to go hands-on with it. Now, this is set in a far future, in a new world, Talos 2. What can people expect when they drop into this new planet?
在塔罗斯2的话，就是它的环境肯定会跟明日方舟的情况更加不同，然后玩家会更多 当然也取决于我们游戏的一个舞台选择，我们会。玩家会在塔罗萨尔的这个环境中去面对更多的一些自然的一些奇迹，非常宏伟的一些景观，然后也会遇到就是说远离人类文明的都市这样的一些
interview, but it's also just a bunch of
一些生活，然后
summarizing
他们也会面对一些更加可能有别于方舟的一些
some of the more interesting questions will be towards the end, maybe.
冲突，而周末地上他们会在旁边生活，然后他们也会面对一些更加。可能有别于方舟的一些比较复杂的一些冲突，而周末地上他们会在玩家会在塔维尔上面对的是一些更加直接的一些，比方说生存性的危机或是一些灾害这样的一种体验。
Good point. Good point. Indeed, actually mentioning that yes, due to the nature of the game and the story, you will have a very different sort of conflict and story and so on, rather than the massive, geopolitical quagmire fuckfest that Arknights is. And we love it for it.
I did notice
I think it's going to be less political. There's going to be political stuff. I mean, there's already hints at like the political bullshit as well that goes on, but more of the focus will be like kind of, in a way, more simple and somewhat easier to understand, like direct conflict rather than like the super nebulous sort of shades of grey that Arknights is, though I expect shades of grey in Endfield as well, but... And indeed, there are also no catastrophes in... There's no Reginium catastrophes, I guess, in Endfield. At least I think not confirmed, but then there was some stuff that hinted at them maybe being a thing, possibly. Like in some areas.
When I went hands-on,
玩家会在塔维尔上面对的是一些更加直接的一些，比方说生存性的危机，或是
Yeah, Blight is like its own thing, but Reginium is also there.
Now, something that I did notice when I went hands-on with the game is how many characters are in the game. How many are going to be available during the second beta test, and I guess what makes this game different from other.
These are the advertising questions for the beta test.
游戏中有24位干员可以去使用它。
然
后，在24干员的话，其实我们都是做了比较多不同的一些。
Oh, actually, by the way, seeing menus, by the way, because I have not looked at almost any of the early access footage that other creators got to record and so on, other than like some clips and whatnot of indeed like the water physics on characters' thighs. I have not looked like in depth at the sort of early access footage from people.
然后我认为就是从我们自己角度来说的话，明日方舟也好，周末地也好，它的那个角色设计方法都会，我们会更加去考虑它的一些。
Yes, material craftsmanship, aka all the 1 billion textures that they've decided to have on characters. I do like how they put this. Indeed, Aya pops on. Aya has so many like unique textures on her outfit.
材质工艺，然后一些它的一些服装的一些做一些功能性，然后并且会让它的风格会趋向于更加前卫一些。然后然后像周末地本身的一个美术设计方案，美术的一些技术方案中的话，就是能够看到我们角色其实会有很多在视觉实现上，它的材质会更加复杂，不同于其他的一些 game 的话，我们会采用更加写实的一种风格去描。
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the big things that really does separate specifically the stylistic part of Endfield from a lot of other games is just, or other games in its category of, anime action gacha game type thing, is just the realistic rendering and all the different textures on clothing and everything. And just the overall quality of the models, which are like so... Like, damn!
描绘它，因为我们会认为方舟的 IP，就无论明日方舟也好，还是周末地也好，我们所探讨的、所描绘的一些景象和一些话题，都是会更加偏向于现实质感的，然后它会更加会稍显严肃一些。我们会觉得那种风格比较适合我们喜欢探讨的一些气质。
Now the distinguishing
Yippers, indeed. It just fits indeed. Because it's a slightly more grounded universe, sort of. So then it makes sense. the fuck? Okay, wait. Yeah, this is new stuff, Ike, yeah. Okay, let me just... I got a fucking spam email. Let me just report spam. No, zero fucking... Zero mercy for that kind of email. Because remember, if you actually get a spam email that you would consider spam, actually just report it as spam, because if enough people report it as spam on like Google or whatever, they will get fucking destroyed because they will just get automatically thrown into people's spam folders eventually. And yeah, this video is 14 hours old, so this is actually new. I think just it indeed fits better. Also, I indeed did see a comment from just a person I know who does indeed not know that much about Endfield, because someone else posted some of the, on a different server, posted indeed some of the water effect videos. And they're like, you know, goon posting aside, it's like a really nice art style. It's like, yep. Just model quality.
Now, the distinguishing element of Endfield is reshaping Talos 2. How does this act of reshaping tie into the player progression and sort of like that long-term gameplay loop?
I wonder how many of these questions are just kind of actually prepared by, you know, the Griffline marketing team. I'm gonna be real. Now, you know,
首先作为一个 RPG 游戏来说，我认为玩家非常重要的一个终极目标就是去不断的提升自己的角色，培养角色的多方面的能力。那么我们会觉得改造塔罗斯
because yes, still ultimately the focus, you know, the factory is a big deal in Endfield. It's a big part. It's an important part. The main focus ultimately of Endfield is still going to be characters.
2的这个很多养成的玩法也好，工厂玩法也好，至少他们中也要起到一定能够帮助玩家培养角色的一个作用。我们因此设计了一整套这样的一种经营系统和工厂系统去做。
Yeah, some character design could use some work in Endfield. Even if the character work is really good, design, some of them could use some work. Some of them are really good, some of them not so much.
做一个配合。然后玩家最后其实能够通过工厂或是游玩一些据点的一些任务，然后或者是一些其他的玩法。
Because this is the thing now. They mentioned this, I think, in the stream as well, where seemingly now outposts are also like more directly, in some way, tied to character progression. Previously, it was just kind of like account progression. But now there seems to possibly be like there actually might be some kind of like gear tie in with Outpost specifically, and like the Outpost actual gameplay. While previously it was kind of separate, like I mean, yes, you could do factories in Outpost, so it tied into gear in that way, but like the sort of Outpost delivery, like automation gameplay part didn't directly relate to gear.
它能获得一种叫做地区货币，我们称之
为 because now you have like this new currency. Okay, maybe
然后通过调度券可以再去反向去改造世界，去升级一些设施，并且也能够去购买一些非常重要的提升好感也好啊，或者角色提升性能也好。
Okay, well, yeah, this is because you could buy materials, you could buy gifts, and you could buy mats. Yeah.
好的一些道具，然后
Okay, gear upgrades actually need outpost currency. Okay.
然后并且这个地区等地区
Which I think is good because it, you know, makes you actually interact with the outpost stuff more. Like there's a bigger sort of motivation for everyone to engage in the outpost stuff.
区的一些改造提升之后，它反过来又会让地区上的资源会提升，反之角色能够以更快的速度去
And also it just it ties more factory progression stuff
稀有的一些资源，然后
and like world progression stuff to also character progression stuff, which I think is good. Because there was almost like a slight lack of it in beta 1. where they felt quite separate.
这样一套不断相互辅佐的一个循环，能够让玩家就是在改造改造世界的同时，也能够体验到 RPG 角色变强的快感。另外我们觉得除了游戏机制上来说，就是我们会对世界改造的一些小目标会设置不少的一些故事，然后我们认为这些塑造其实除了在玩法上来说，也能够让玩家从情感上更愿意去帮助故事中的一些角色去建造他们自己的据点，然后间接的去改造这个世界。然后并且我们觉得像能够在地图上放置建筑啊，去采矿这样一些行为，不光是因为能够为玩家提供收益，更多的时候我们想提供一种。
I like this line. I like this line. It's not just about rewards. It's also just about the experience and like the fun. You know, instead of the usual, let's be real, gacha game thing just in general that also Arknights does to some extent. Most gacha games do, where it's like almost everything is about getting some kind of material reward. Obviously, Arknights has many things which are not that. But
体验就是我自己也很喜欢这种体验，就是我能够就是偶尔
leaving something behind in this world. Is that why you make games, Lowlight?
世界上，然后我能够在持续的游玩
why you
中
make
让
games?
这个世界真的去随我的一个意愿去
Leave
发生
behind
一些
something in
变
this
化。
world.
当然，这些设计我们也是做了一些精心规划，然后它不至于会让玩家。
They really do. They do emphasize that players won't feel lost or overwhelmed. Part they. It's one of the main. It's one of the things where I'm sometimes like, okay, they are not 100% confident in, you know, the approachability of some of the elements of with like factory and stuff, which is understandable why. But yeah, they really do often emphasize the like, it's okay, your brain will not explode. I'm not gonna do it, Maddie. Yeah, they're just being cautious about it.
他们大家会根据自己的判断会比较。
And they kind of have to be. That's the thing. They exist in a specific type of market. They have to be a little cautious about it. They have to be like, look, just trust us, okay? Look, just trust us and fucking try it, and you'll probably like it.
有趋同性的会去按照我们的一些比较弱的一些引导。
I do wish the subs were slightly higher because when I paused and the fucking play thing is, you know, on top of the sub.
做那些安排，然后随着他们熟悉游戏之后，他们会开始寻找自己的各自目标，会做出不同的改造世界的一些办法。
Yeah, one thing that was really striking to me was for this like factory building element is obviously not everybody is super familiar with, you know, building out a supply chain and stuff like that. The social element of building a blueprint and then sharing that with your community.
Oh yeah. I did see. Apparently, yes. I was aware that they do indeed apparently talk about blueprints
like
on this
that
one.
Player collaboration, I thought was really cool. So talk to me about how that came to be.
Having your kid try new food. Okay, complete sidetrack. Absolutely complete sidetrack. Just on the topic of having your kid try new food. Okay, where blueprints have to wait. Okay, a brain blast has hit my brain. Did your parents have like a thing where indeed my parents had this thing where I had to try a food 3 times before I was allowed to say I don't like it. That was the rule. I'm not allowed to say like before I've tasted, not allowed to say I don't like it. I have to taste it at least 3 times. 3 times as in not 3 separate times, as in like 3 bites of food. So like, you know, 1 spoon, okay, 2nd spoon, 3rd spoon type of thing. So like 3 mouthfuls, you know, 3 spoons or forks of the food. Was like, you have to try 3 times. 3 bites of food until you can say you don't like it. Because indeed, sometimes indeed, it's just like the first one is just like, it's new, and you're just like, your instant reaction is, and then, you know, you have it a couple other times, and then it's like, oh, maybe it's actually not that bad. I think it made sense. I hated it as a kid. As a kid, I hated it. But I do think it's part of the reason why I am significantly less picky these days. I was a very picky kid with my food. Mm-hmm. These days, not so much. I'm not very picky now. And I think that's part of it. My parents would hit me with a slipper if I said I don't like it. Yeah, that's that's Asian. Also, hey there, Ace Lord. Didn't notice ya. Obviously, my parents not Asian, just reasonable, I guess, and like didn't completely baby me, I guess. Anyway, okay. The distraction completed. We shall return to blueprint discourse, I guess.
If you have any tips for people that maybe are going to become the blueprint experts and setting that first step for everybody else.
自己就是
Hiding
一个
pearl.
工厂
My
玩家，
camera's
就是
weird.
就像做民
I'm hiding
方舟的
pearly.
时候一样，就是我们会对这
I can't figure out if my I fucked up my camera somehow, where like it's in like the wrong position or something. It's like cropped wrong.
种
Anyway,
The
let- we don't
blueprint
control.
experts and setting that first step for everybody else.
自己就是一个工厂玩家，就是就像做明日方舟的时候一样，就是我们会对这种我们想做的这种我们非常熟悉的玩法，我们知道它的一些缺陷和问题会在哪，所以我们在做这种类型的时候，一定会想办法要把它的一个缺陷在我们的作品中能够得到很大的弥补，所以就有了蓝图，而且就是我们的蓝图我会认为比我玩过的一些游戏里的蓝图它可能会更加注重方便，能够快捷使用，然后并且有你提到的像易于社交去分享这么一个特点，然后
I'm finished speaking.
那么以此为这个基点的话，就是说我们如何去做这么一个工厂的话，我会希望就是新上手的玩家可能不要太心急，就是一般来说我们要
Flashbang
比较好的去理解，就是很短的一个生产线如何去做到最好，然后我们把很短的生产线以最好的方式组合在一起，它就能变成一个更大的生产线。
Yeah, it pretty much indeed sort of. I think what they talking about earlier as well. Where indeed, so more like okay, so yes, the blueprint is the focus. Their focus for blueprints is indeed convenience, but also indeed they're factory game players. In which case, they also are aware that most of the other factory games have blueprints of some kind in them. So, like, indeed, there are many factory game players who are like, what do you mean your factory game doesn't have blueprints? Like, you do realize that they're like an incredibly useful tool to have, even if you're a factory head. Yes, there's some, some of the criticisms I think make sense in the sense of like you have players who don't like factory stuff, so then there's a bit of a different approach to the whole system for some people. But overall, factory system usually, often, most of the time, also means blueprint system because it's just convenient. It's just a really nice tool to have. So I like the people. The food take. It's a good thing that apparently this is a relatable thing. At least for some people. My parents were lean as fuck. I was picky as fuck when I was little. Had to order pasta without sauce because I didn't like tomato sauce. Are you my brother? My brother is still insanely picky. My dad liked to just troll me with food, saying it's something I'm familiar with. Dude, that's so true. Yeah, it's just chicken. Look, it's just chicken. It's not chicken. Look, it's not chicken. They copy a blueprint when they're not even progress to that level and copy it. So that's the thing. Apparently, with some of the early access footage, we also do know better how the actual blueprints work. I haven't indeed also gone over those. Maybe we can go over them, possibly, if I find some good information on them. But first of all, we do know that blueprints are unlocked. At least some type, like some level or some instance of the blueprints are unlocked with actual progress. Like you have to do stuff yourself first before you even get to unlock and use blueprints. That was even just from the stream by Griffline, by Hypergriff. And then apparently there's more to it as well of like how much you need to unlock to do blueprints and stuff. And also there was something about, this was literally off of the thumbnail or something where like, somehow blueprints are like less efficient. I don't even know, which I'm not sure. But we'll check. We'll see if we can find a piece of information on the exact functioning of them. Yeah, you still need to play the tutorial to unlock the building. You can't just copy paste from there. Yeah, also yeah, indeed, you have to unlock stuff still by at least doing a tutorial for it or whatever before you can then. Yeah, if you can't even copy over a blueprint that has stuff that you haven't done tutorials for, then as well, yeah. Like, yeah, it might just end up turning into, oh, I gotta do the tutorial, okay. and then I will not interact with other like after it. But at the very least, you have to have the most basic level of kind of understanding, maybe. As long as the tutorials are well done, you will automatically end up with some basic level of understanding of how the factory functions. And it's not just, I have unlocked factory, I have now copied over an entire production system from some sweaty Chinese player. And yeah, there's default blueprints that I believe you need to also unlock. I guess. Like when you do, like you have some tutorials and stuff that also unlock like a basic blueprint for like a non-optimized. Essentially, you just unlock the version probably that you did in the tutorial, which is not like an optimized setup. But at least you have a setup if you need it. So yeah, there's stuff you have to do still. You have to interact with the factory sans blueprint before you can just start copying blueprints. And once you've done it, then sure, just do it. Like indeed, if the tutorials, right? If the tutorials for the if the familiarization and the little bit of tutorials and stuff and actual direct interaction with the factory gameplay does not get you interested at all in doing the factory stuff, then you have the option of grabbing a blueprint and using the blueprint. But some people might just get interested as they have to, as they are funneled to do the basics of the factory themselves through tutorials and so on. Some of them might get a little itch of like, oh, that's a little satisfying, little puzzle that I just did. And then they start doing a little bit themselves. And they will get to choose how they experience it after that. Boom. And obviously Arknights does this loads. Arknights has many game modes and whatnot, which are like, you can do this if you want to. Like here's, the main stuff that you kind of have to do. Because obviously you don't have to play a game at all. Like here's the main stuff you have to do. Like main events, like main story, like the main stories and main events and stuff like that. And then there's a bunch of the side stuff, which is just essentially optional. And yeah, Eureka moments can be addictive, yeah. Some people have just never experienced or never tried it out. They'll try it out, and then they'll realize, like, oh, ooh, that tickled me a little. Ooh, that tickled my brain a little. Ooh. The beta 1 tutorials were dense and also but they were also just really weirdly implemented. I believe they've completely changed how the tutorials are unlocked now. The way to unlock tutorials in beta 1 was really strange and just not a very good way to do it. So, but I believe they've changed that completely now. Anyway, do we continue? We still have
super
half the
excited
video.
to see what people will come.
生产线如何去做到最好，然后我们把很短的生产线以最好的方式组合在一起，它就能变成一个更大的生产线。
I am super excited to see what people will come up with. Now, in terms of vibe setting for the game.
Okay, chat. Do you think those cards actually have anything on them? Or are they just a prop? Because they always have these cards. And I always wonder, do all of them, some of them for sure have some stuff on them, but do all of them? Like sometimes sometimes it feels like they have literally one card. They don't have like multiple cards that they can like flip through. Sometimes they just have like one card. It's like, in this case, it probably is. We just like maybe don't see the interviewer flip through the cards because these are clearly like questions, by Griffline more so than very naturally by the IGN interviewer. Let's be real. It could just be keywords and stuff as well. But yeah, it's just a pick of. It's actually the last card. He has multiple cards. The last card is just Sigma Lowlight. And all these questions are rigged, essentially. Like, your message is bug. If sometimes on YouTube, if your message doesn't appear on screen, YouTube is just being weird. I see it. I see all message. Well, I see 99% of messages because sometimes YouTube will actually just delete a message. Anyway, want to hear this question? They were talking about vibe.
I am super, super excited to see what people will come up with. Now, in terms of vibe setting for the game, you've collaborated with the group Starset a bunch.
Oh, yeah.
What
This
was
is
the
the thing.
reasoning for choosing them, and how does...
I wasn't going, oh yeah, at, oh right, Starset exists. No, I mean specifically the little bit of information that we got that indeed, at the Shanghai event that some creators were at, they just had Starset performing a song that was specifically made for Endfield. Which is probably going to be in like the release trailer or something, by my guess. It's probably going to be like release trailer track type thing.
Their style sort of resonate with Enfield's spirit?
在明日方舟的时候，就是当时
Starset's been there for the
也是因为
beginning.
一些机缘巧合，就是我非常想做一条宣传片，然后在选择音乐的时候，就是听到了 Starset 的曲子。
Lowlight. If one day, Lowlight, if for some reason I would ever meet Lowlight in person and got to ask him something, I would bring up Linchpin by the Star Killers. Like, Lowlight? Is this real? Was this on purpose? Was this like a thing? Yeah, Starset stuff is copyrighted, but I just tank it always. I just tank it because as a viewer, I'm always super disappointed when as a viewer, I'm like, ooh, I really want to see the reaction to like this trailer or something. And then because the track happens to be, like the OST happens to be copyrighted, they then have to like, they then mute the song or just don't play it. And I'm like, that's not the full experience. No, they're not experiencing it fully. It's like, ah. So then I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. So then I usually just yeah, I don't blame him, but like as a viewer, I'm like, I'd really like it if it's just played, if they just tanked it. So I usually just try and tank it. I just try and tank it usually. Sometimes what I will do is I might like, for certain songs, because so for example, first of all, sometimes it just depends on songs. Some people, some copyright, claims are way more aggressive than others. If it's a Japanese copyright claim, I will not even attempt to dispute it. If it's like fucking Sony Music or something, no point in trying to dispute it. Not gonna happen. Starset and stuff though, you might be able to get away with like, this is a reaction. It's a trailer song, this is a reaction. You might be able to dispute it. So then usually for stuff like Japanese songs and whatnot, like Eimer and stuff like that, for those I then usually end up, what I do for like the VOD, obviously live, you get to hear it. And then for the VOD, I'll do the YouTube thing where you can erase a song where it tries to keep like my speech, but then gets rid of like the song portion. Because disputing it is not going to go well. So then it's better to just try and erase it. In which case, at the very least, someone watching the VOD knows that I was listening to the actual thing, and like I will actually be reacting to the music as well as the visuals, even if they can't actually, directly hear it. Which is the most preferable is just you get to also hear it at the same time. Second best is this, that the streamer can hear it. So it's only muted for viewers, but streamer can hear it. Is like the next best situation. So that's usually my philosophy of how I try and handle it. Anyway, let me go back a little bit.
也是因为一些机缘巧合。
And yeah, Eimer nuked some streams live. That was
想做一条宣传
wild.
片，然后在选择音乐的时候，就是 听到了 StarSet 的曲子，然后之前我也听过一些，但是那个时候我会觉得啊，好像这首曲子就会非常适合这个片子，然后去做。然后不过当时有个可惜是说 StarSet
Is Notion even stronger now?
我非常
Well,
了
I
解
guess she's
他
a
们的
5
歌曲
star
和他的一些设计歌词的一些背景。然后比较多的歌曲都在探讨一些较为科幻的，或是像是一些太空的主题。那个时候比较遗憾说，方舟的一个故事世界观中涉及到天空。
It indeed. In just like sort of straight up like stuff that StarSet songs indeed are usually about, they actually do fit Endfield in a way better than Arknights. But then there's some stuff also in them that just fits Arknights super well, especially once it starts tying a little bit more into the predecessors and so on. He hid the sci-fi, yeah. The sci-fi only appeared 5 years into the game.
太空科幻的部分其实会比较少一些，所以在做周末地这个主题的时候，我就想啊，现在是机会了，因为我们有了非常大的。
Okay, yeah, is it okay? Just straight up said, ooh, the theme song for Endfield.
探索，然后会遇到一些奇怪的外星生物这样一个东西。我说那就 StarSet 的歌会太适合不过。
Yeah, well, their music rips. Can confirm. Check out StarSet if you haven't yet. Now we
So
are
true.
coming up on Enfield's second beta test. How can fans get their hands on the game, and how long will it be available for?
然后这次测试的时间
Okay, never mind. Okay, I thought we might actually get a date. It's probably 30
因为
days
也
again.
要考虑，也会观察玩家的一个推进的一个速度，会去
'Cause-
做决定。不过
well,
相比之前的测试的话，一定会相对来说会变得比较长。
Oh wait, will definitely be longer? The last test was already 30 days, like a full month. So I guess it's longer. So it'll actually go into like next year, possibly. What the heck? Test until launch. Oh, no longer?
令它，因为也要考虑，也会观察玩家
What
的
did he
一个
say?
推进的一个速度，会去做决定。不过相比
Compared to the
之前
previous
测试的话，
tests?
一定会相对来说。
Will definitely be longer. So it's at least longer than a month. Okay. Damn. I can't remember how long it took me in beta 1 to sort of get to the end of it, essentially.
会变得比较长，然
2 to
后
3
大家一
weeks?
定是能够有比较多的时间去游玩它里面的内容。
Like to really start getting to the end of like I don't have much to do anymore was like 3-ish weeks, I think. Maybe 2 weeks for like the main stuff.
另外还有一个就是说，就是我们现在已经得知，我们从后台中已经能看到，就是已经有远远超过我们准备发放的数量。
Yeah, no shit. Really? Really? There's more people applying than there's room? I do wonder if it is almost beta into straight launch then. Like very close possibly. Because I mean that is often obviously how for CN, because this beta has paid features on CN. You can already pay on CN. So it's very likely that there's not a big gap between this beta ending and then launch. So there might only be, who knows, like they might beta ends, then they might be like game release in month or whatever. Because, you know, obviously, because they want some time. It's not going to be back to back, probably because they'll want some time to, you know, fix some stuff, even just for optimization reasons, because they have more data on like, you know, people's machines and how it performs on different machines. Even just based off of that, they'll want some optimization time. And then if they want to do some changes, then that as well. But like probably maybe I would say minimum month from beta end to release, but we'll see.
准备发放资格数量的玩家来报名了，所以说一定会有非常多的玩家，他最终是没有办法能够玩到我们这次测试的。不过我也想对这些玩家说，就是没有关系，不要太担心，因为我们这次测试也做了非常多准备，其实也是为后面即将到来的公测做准备的，所以说哪怕这次测试没有玩到的话，公测也不会等太久。
Now,
also, you know, saying you won't have to wait that much longer. We are now indeed talking about release in like months, you know, it's like within sort of like 4-ish months, 4.5 months, like by the end of March type thing, it like in theory should just be out.
Endfield is a cross-platform title. What was the hardest sort of hurdle to take on when sort of approaching this global release on different platforms, and what is the end goal for this like multi-platform release?
It's the only 3D gacha game that actually tests mobile devices? I don't think so. I think others have had, like the later betas, I think often have mobile testing as well. Because I mean, it just makes sense to test mobile as well. I'd love to give them 3 months or more just to change some of the character designs. Oh yeah, no, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be fun. I'd be like, ooh, epic, but it's probably...
跨平台对我们来说的话，其实是非常大的一个挑战。然后
Yeah, it's your first game you're doing cross-platform.
是全球同步发行
and a global. It's a huge jump.
这件事情
Multiple
的挑战
platforms and global launch at the
难
same
以
time.
想象，就是尤其是像技术实现上的一些
It's a-
困难会
it's
非
quite
常多。
the-
就是首先就是多个平台，我们要做很多不同性能的优化，然后还要去适配不同平台上的一些操作方式。然后
They had at least, you know, they got at
就像我自己
least a little bit of
哪
PC
怕一个很
experience
小的
with
例子，就是我
Popocom,
自己是做
but
UI 设计的，就是我们要为手机端去做触屏的设计，要为 PC 端去做键鼠设计，然后要为主机端去做手柄的设计，同时还要为 PC
Yep.
和手机。
Controller support for both PC and mobile. Okay, so I guess confirm that you can actually use a controller on mobile as well, which is nice for them mobile gamers. Did Woowa have mobile tests? Because it went like crap on launch. Hopefully this won't. Woowa launch was rushed out. That Woowa ran like crap on most machines. So also, yeah, indeed, he was apparently part of UI. So if UI sucks, just directly blame Lowlight. So true. And Popocom is indeed is Switch now, isn't it? I'm not sure if it's out yet on Switch, but it's coming at least. It was shown in Nintendo Direct even. Which also, like, it's such a no-brainer. I feel like Popocom was like a perfect fit for Switch gaming, so.
也要做一些可能的手柄的一些支持设计，然后它们之间的一些 UI 和操作结构是完全不同的。再加上你能够想象，就是说像手柄上的话，就是相当于有13个按键的操作方式，然后而我们的角色有4个，每个角色还要使用2种技能。I
was also thinking about these things during beta 1.
攻击
Where it's like there's just a lot of inputs to do, and a controller has a limited amount of buttons.
还要有很多打开菜单和很多按钮，然后这个要都放在手柄上的话，设计起来非常的困难。然后加上我们的 UI 设计还会用一些非常具有平面设计感的布局，它跟一般的游戏的布局。
Saying it's like, look, I feel like it's almost Lowlight being like, look, some of the UI is not gonna be ideal from a usability case, okay? But it looks fucking cool. It's like, look, just give us this break. We made it look really cool in some places. It might not be the best use case, but it looks really cool. So like, I think it's fair. I think sometimes, as long as like most of the menus that you have to interact with constantly are, you know, super usable, we're all good. But then sometimes aesthetics is just like kind of peak. Like,
就会很不一样，会导致我们的手柄要去追踪它的这个旋转框的话，其实要做很多不同的设计，所以这个事情。
Because I wonder, I'm actually quite interested in how indeed specifically menuing is going to be on a controller. Because sometimes menuing can be a fucking pain on a controller. So.
就哪怕是这个 UI.
Especially with I feel like specifically with Endfield, there's a lot of menus where it feels like, depending on how they implement controller menuing, this could be a pain. Just kind of a little bit annoying. Especially with some of the factory stuff. So we'll see.
设计这么小的一点，就有非常多我们之前没有预料到、没有做过的设置，让我们花了非常多时间去为它做调整，最终才能准备好去在多平台和全球同步去发行它。
Well, that sounds like a big challenge, but by what I played, you guys knocked it out of the park, so congratulations. Light, thank you so much for sitting down with me today. Is there anything you want to say to the fans at home that
no. Now he speaks directly to us.
Into beta test too?
Of course, it's quite a long time for you waiting for the Endfield. I will thank all the players from all the world to play the Arknights, Endfield, and also Popcom, XX Trust.
Popcom and X Asterisk mentioned! Especially X Asterisk mentioned is wild. What do you mean? The forgotten child is no longer forgotten? Huh?
And maybe future Hyperglyph games. Thank you for playing our games. And also not to let you wait for too long time to play Endfield. And thanks.
I realized I've mostly been, when it's on this shot, I'm covering his face, his beautiful face.
Doctors from the overworld. We hope you can enjoy the Endfield and become another administrator, come to Talos 2, then we can fight together. If you played the beta test 2, maybe future official release, please let me know what are you thinking about the Endfield. Please give us more feedback and help us to make it better and let you more happy than before.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Like, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Arknights Endfield second beta test is available on November 28th.
Also, yeah,
You can
future
sign up by
Hyperglyph
visiting
games, indeed.
endfield.griffline.com to stay up to date on the latest information ahead of its 2026 release
No
on
way.
PC, PlayStation, iOS, and Android. Thanks so much for watching, and for all things gaming, you're already at the right place. IGN.
So, no thanks to you, Glitter. Didn't play X Asterisk yet. Yes, because I really don't want to play it on a phone, okay? And I can't play it on Google Play Games because it's not on there. And obviously, indeed, we know that there are secret projects from Hyperglyph, other games, which we'll see when we get more news about those. Sphere of Souls and whatnot. It's most fun on the phone. Not for me. It's just phone is just a debuff for me. It's banned in my country. X Asterisk is banned? That's so rude. Like, let me check. There's also indeed, there was some stuff in the Endfield channel. But there was indeed also this comment. Prior to games coming to the Arknights universe in the future. Huh? Huh? Tax thingy. Oh, okay. It took us, that one interview took us quite a while. It was dense. We paused a lot to yap. Okay, well, also, yeah, here's some also just stuff like this. So this is the main, I mean, pretty much looks, other than just having more of this stuff here, like we have more of the buttons on the right side. And it looks slightly different. It's a little bit more, I don't know, clean somehow. This is apparently PC, like main terminal. Yeah, that is the thing with X Asterisk, is that it very much seems super designed for mobile. Which is, I think, probably part of the reason why it's not, like, officially available on any kind of PC thing. Oh, yeah, what do we indeed have here? Operational Access Pass. Access Pass is the new thing. Region development was there before. I'm not sure if it was on this menu, but I think it probably was. Path of Glory is new. ASE report. Inspiration level, obviously, yeah, you know. And yeah, stamina went up to, I think in beta 1, I think stamina went up to, if you were max level in beta 1, I think you had 480 stamina max. And I think you either got 200 or 240 a day. Like from regen. But yeah, essentially you had at least 2 days worth of like space on your stamina, in theory. Was it only 360? Maybe it was. It was 360 or 480. 360 max, 200 per day. Okay, I slightly. I was probably maybe at some point I guessed during the beta that it would go up to 480, but not quite. There's like a day and a half of, actually a little bit over than a day and a half of stamina that you can gather up. I can't remember if dailies gave sanity pots. Obviously, that could be different. In beta 1, they gave you loads of sanity pots as well, because obviously, so that you could progress somewhat faster. They gave you a lot of extra sanity. Okay, also a bunch of new maps for the Wuling stuff. Let me see if I can pull up indeed some of the articles that I'd saved. Where's my bookmarks? Was this the English article? Yeah, this was an English article. There's the 4Gamer one. There's the Automaton one. Is this the Automaton one? Because I have multiple saved Automaton ones. Is there multiple articles from them? Oh, there is. Oh, because one is the game, but one is the developer interview situation. Okay. Okay, this article does not look that good. Wait, never mind. Flashbang, though. Okay, there is separate articles. Okay, I have two different Automaton articles. One from 4Gamer, one from The Gamer. Also one from GameSpark. There's so many. Actually, are these the same one? Oh, well, okay, well, that's from the same people, but not the same article. Why do these journalists get to explore Wuling first? I mean, some creators did also. Some creators did also get to explore. Actually, should we also just get like some... Let's get some background music. Endfield OST. Where's one of the good OSTs for just chilling? It's not these, I think. Where is it? Oh, this is technical alpha. Oops. Where's the beta tracks? Small creator like me didn't. No, I did not get flown out to Shanghai or Los Angeles. But there's also the kind of funny games interview as well. Like section that they had. We could also check that as well. This one? This is a good background track. Yeah, sure. OMV Dijon. Too long to post it here. I'm out of nowhere while I'm watching that, yep. Oh, we could do Wuling as well. Can we do where's Wuling's? Where is Wuling's? Automated Industry, the Bridge, Original Automated Industry, Bridge, Final Boss, AIC Research. Time to entering the valley. They're gonna kill our lead. Landbreaker, Temporary Shelter, Landbreaker, Sub-PAC. Where's Wuling? Headhunting, Prologue. Rodan, Prologue. Tragolos. Where's the Wuling one? Is the Wuling one not uploaded here? Literally not even in here. Dijon mustard, so real. Well, I literally couldn't even find Wuling. So, this one it is. But I pause? No, I wanted to loop. YouTube, please. It's fucking bugging the hell out. Are you cool? Are you okay? Also, Baku, you have loads of sanity because of the free monthly card we had. That's why. Also, in the pool here, by the way. I did watch the CSM movie. Movie, I said. Very good. It was a very good movie, I must say. Okay, so the purple posted this bit from the... I could just pull it up. Kind of funny games. Kind of funny games, and then it's just a fucking jump scare. In where was it a jump scare again? Was it in videos? Because it was in this one, wasn't it? This members only. It's a different video. Wait, it was posted in the Endfield chat somewhere, wasn't it? I just had to scroll. For some reason, I can't access the dispatch from here. Because it's tagged as... It's tagged as members only on the channel, but if you go to it from a different link, then it just plays. There's a live stream as well. Oh, there is a live stream as well. I'm dumb.
Buddy, it's Mike here in
That's
LA
right.
for a very
Oh, okay, well, thankfully, I was already here on the correct spot.
We have a whole new programming day for you, kicking off with Kinda Funny Games Daily. For now, we turn over to the master of hype, Snowbike Mike.
The master of hype.
What's up, everybody?
Oh,
It's
Sunny
Mike here
Lowlight.
in LA for a very fun sponsored segment. I'm here with the team from Griffline to highlight their upcoming title, Arknights Endfield, and I'm actually with some of the team behind the game to, of course, spotlight the game and talk about
Some of the team.
upcoming beta
Just
test
lowlights.
number 2, where players can jump back in and have some fun ahead of the release. Of course, I am joined by Silksong, the producer.
The Endfield only live stream is, I think, less interesting. They don't actually have an interview or anything in that. It's just like them talking about
and
the gameplay
lead
experience.
designer Ryan. Guys, how are you both feeling today? And congratulations on the beta
Dirt on my
announcement.
glasses, man.
Yeah, really good, really exciting. Yeah, nervous but exciting.
Exciting time.
No, I mean, yeah, Ryan is important as well, but I mean, like, it's him saying, like, with some of the staff, as if Lowlight isn't, like, the guy. And yeah, it's a
This is right,
sponsored
an
segment.
awesome live stream showcasing
These
beta
are all-
test number 2. And of course, we're here today to dive a little bit deeper into the game
How long
and
is
talk
this
about
bit?
it. But of course, I want to talk about
1:14
you
to
two
one-
first
it's like 10
and
minutes
the team
again.
at Griffline. So, of course, Light, tell me about your role. How long have you been with the team and some of your favorite stuff about the studio?
It's a really funny question. How long have you been with the team? Is a really funny question. Yeah, I'm the co-founder of the company, by the way. They did not know, apparently. They did not know, apparently. Oh, is Ryan co-founder as well? Oh my god. That's really funny. Just intern. Nah, he's intern.
Team.
I'm the co-founder of the Hypergraph, so I have a long time being with this company. And
Is one actually going to be fully in
many
English?
things I
We'll
did
see.
in the game is to
Which I don't
do
actually
the
recognize Ryan
whole
either.
control about the game, to do the graphic design, and also the players know I'm a UI designer in the game, so I always enjoy to making a wonderful UI design, icon design
no.
for the players. That is really
Don't recognize that
about
name
it.
either, actually.
You got a
Unfortunately.
lot going on. You are the guy to talk to then. That's very exciting. And of course, we have Ryan here, lead designer. Ryan, tell me a little bit about yourself, your role with the team, and how long
Lead
you've been
game
with
designer, okay.
Griffline.
Yeah, I'm the lead designer of the Arknights Endfield and also the Arknights, the original title. And I'm also one of the co-founders of Hypergraph, and so I'm in Hypergraph since 2019. My part in this game is mainly on the system design and the engineering of the game.
A lot for both of you is right. So I got the right people here. So let's talk about the upcoming title. Of course, Arknights Endfield right
These
around
people
the
that-
corner. We have
I want to see and come to know more of the staff. Oh, he's the CEO! Why did I not recognize the name? Is Fan Rondong the CEO? Wasn't that a different guy? Do I have my names wrong? I feel like I recognize the name of the CEO at least, but I mean, I'm dumb, so.
test 2.
Yeah, CEO was someone different. Oh, yeah, Huang Yifeng could be CEO. Yeah, that name looks way more familiar for CEO.
For some of the audience out there that might not be aware of the game, what is Arknights Endfield?
民生周末地的话是我们
Endfield is an extension work of Arknights and our next flagship.
This one
title.
they did like
It is
this.
a large 3D real-time tactical RPG, making role-playing a core gameplay element of the title. Players can play Endfield
have to
like
actually
an
listen more
RPG,
'cause there's no
be the
subs.
character they like as they battle and explore the world.
Very exciting stuff there. The next flagship title is
I need to
exciting.
listen
Big
more,
stuff
so let
right
me put
there.
this on.
Let's talk about the game because, of course, it is kind of team focused. I see you have 4 players, the whole party on the screen at all times. So what does that lead to combat-wise and kind of bringing something different to the genre as well?
实际上就是4人
Having 4 characters on screen at once is interesting. The gameplay will be a lot more creative as it opens up a lot of tactical options. Players will need to select characters to build a team. Fighting as a team will make it easier for players to showcase.
I do wonder actually how live this particular segment maybe isn't as live, because obviously they do have like a translator, but maybe it could be a live translator, I guess, and maybe that's why there's no subtitles.
Multiple characters at once, and this might be some
Yeah, Rudong said he was also lead designer for
something that players are really interested in.
Can you guys talk about some of the synergies, maybe some of your favorite synergies, different party members teaming up together that you really enjoy?
The first interesting team build would be the starting team given to players as they start the game from the beginning and progress through the stages. This team includes the Administrator, Chen, and Perlica. The Administrator skill set is designed to trigger the combo skills of other characters, making a core character of
you can indeed.
Builds. In fact, while playing the game ourselves,
you can trigger all of their combos at least with those.
Team, even till late game.
Can you talk about the behind the scenes of also going from the first Arknights? Do I need to know the story from the first game? Is this a spin-off? And as well, 2D to 3D, what kind of excitement is that?
Very similar question we had before. Because actually another thing, but I think even with Wolfguard in the team, I think you can like trigger all of their combos in some way with just those 4.
Endfield is actually extension work of Arknights. So there are designs that is actually
try and pause less on this one because there's going to be some repeat questions.
We are also trying to cater to new players who will be joining the Arknights universe in Endfield. So it is actually
so just interesting. I just
designs that is actually inherited from.
Interesting that Ember was like way over there already, seemingly attacking the other thing.
Original title. We are also trying to cater to new players who will be joining the Arknights universe in Endfield. So it is actually designed for both the old and the new players alike.
You guys are going with mobile and console as well. What kind of excitement is there around the console market and space?
While we're making Endfield, we try to continue this challenge by adopting less of a mainstream artistic approach and more next gen, so that it would look something like a major AAA title that I've always dreamed about. So when I play these AAA titles, I would set the controller down and I would say, maybe I can do the same thing in Endfield. And I open up Endfield, I look at what we did, and of course there are some improvements to be made, but I think we're definitely getting there. We are trying to get to AAA quality, and I think it's actually within our reach. Just
based on like a lot of the visuals, yeah, kinda.
Mentioned that our artistic approach inclines towards realism. To achieve realism, we would need additional details. But our game is an anime game.
There is a lot of like presentation stuff that is just almost AAA.
Higher graphical fidelity to able to render these features of the game. To do so at the mobile devices and also at the top gaming PC rigs, this challenge actually becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, it's really
good to hear them specifically mention that they are, however, trying to like, optimize for both like high-end stuff so that you can actually push everything out of a high-end machine, but then, also have a version that actually works on mobiles.
Yeah, hard to make, but it's really exciting to finish it.
Of course, you are constantly working. You are nearing the finish line. We have beta test 2 coming out right around the corner. Can you talk about some of the inspirations behind the game? You talked about what motivated you seeing other games. Can you talk about some of your guys' favorite inspirations that you brought into the title?
Our earliest design inspiration is from our experience playing many factory and automation games. So people who play Endfield would directly notice that key titles...
Yeah, because this was something that interviews we can get to later that I want to talk about.
Satisfactory and the Dyson Sphere project and Mind Industry. This made us realize that there are plenty of options in creating this factory building game, and Endfield actually allowed these possibilities to come true. We tried to balance out the advantages and disadvantages of the other factory building titles, and we did a few sacrifices here and there, but we also added a few gimmicks so that we can actually have more players who can enjoy
they're smart enough to play the game on their own.
Another approach I must mention is from the visual approach. So we have plenty of inspiration from
auto mode
the visuals of Endfield. Things like Dune by David Lynch, and of course by Villeneuve. These offer plenty of inspirations for the graphics and...
Wait, so the original Dune as well? Dune. I mean, Dune is good stuff.
...things in Endfield.
Which really, that specific comment makes me very excited for, like, an actual desert area. If they make it super Dune-like. What if we get a fucking mess? What if we get Sandworm? Shai Hulud? The World Eater.
Of course, I also enjoy a lot of works by Mr. Hideo Kojima.
Oh, the first trailer was indeed in the desert, yeah.
And I think when fans see...
and Death Stranding by Hideo Kojima. Or, well, Kojima was mentioned. Did they mention Death Stranding?
Graphics and scenes in Endfield. Of course, I also enjoy a lot of works by Mr. Hideo Kojima.
You guys have a lot going on, and I think when fans
True
see it,
Oracle
they get very
is an algaim.
excited from the flashy combat, the awesome world and character designs. But you did bring up the kind of resource management slash
Visitors suck ass in games. Shaking my head. They can suck ass. Many of them do.
factory builder that I really love and I get excited for. I'm recently playing Jurassic World Evolution 3, Roller Coaster Tycoon always, right? And Kerbal Space Program, trying to send my rocket up to space. And I saw that fascinating that you already have so much going on in the game from exploration and combat. And then to add on this factory side of things is really exciting. Can we talk a little bit more about that and what players will be doing on that side of the game?
Which is very interesting because according to some of the other interviews we could go to later, the factory, or actually even earlier here, the factory was actually like the starting point was the factory actually.
Game.
So there are functions that the factory can provide as players play, and they can set up automated production lines while making transformations to the world. They can also mine resources, which can then be used to assemble equipment. They can make changes to the world so that they can travel around more easily. Players can also make a few combat towers by using the factory system, and that's how the factory system segues itself together and meshes itself with the RPG system.
You guys have done a really good job of, there's people excited like me to dive deeper into that and really go to a very deep level. And then there's also
factory looking. Also, I think that was controller actually.
The RPG system.
You guys have done a really
this is controller actually on factory.
There's people excited like me to dive deeper into that.
Say, you have to analog stick move your cursor around
and really go to a very deep level. And then there's also players that maybe just want to enjoy more of the combat and the RPG side of things. You guys created these blueprints inside of the factory system to help players hopefully like
blueprints mentioned again.
About that and kind of ease of access with the blueprint system.
Blueprint system is
image of the baby getting fucking blasted, the ash baby.
Factory building games, because it can really help players to get the most fun out of this type of gameplay. Blueprints will also help RPG players to ease off the stress of setting up their factory and make it easier for them to get in touch with this genre, because not everyone plays factory games. And there is also a social element to the blueprint system. Skilled factory players can create blueprints that they can share with other players. Blueprint system to myself, while I'm playing Endfield itself, it's a awesome tool to help me save what
I only just now noticed Yvonne in the background, by the way.
It makes it easier and faster for me to try out new things, new designs, and it's easier to repair my big mistakes.
So focused on low light.
I can just reload a blueprint that I saved earlier.
Can we talk about the gacha system with characters and how you guys are approaching that, and maybe looking at the fans' feedback and how you'll work with that?
First, gacha is a business model of a game.
Wait, so this is the part I think Purple posted in like the Discord itself. We can read the full transcription of it after.
Games are more than just a business model. There are other gaming qualities to be focused upon. Only a high-quality title can win everyone's approval. When making games, whether it is gacha or not, I believe we should use our unique form of delivery to create a distinctive title that leaves a strong impression upon
this part is important as well.
This is why we came up with a game like Arknights. We have this belief that the business model of the game should not be a barrier to gaming content. Player experience and access to gameplay should not be hindered by it. So while making Arknights, we follow the strict rule that non-paying players can also have a complete gaming experience and various gameplay modes. In fact, such players should be able to engage in various gameplay constantly and even access content that is normally reserved for paying players. Our team has places the fun of playing the game as one of our top priorities. We don't want a player to feel excluded if they're playing with a paying character or a non-paying character. They should be able to get the fun by playing the game in the style they choose. Paying for the game shouldn't be the only way that they can get fun out of Arknights or Endfield.
Ryan, can you tell everybody out there, when does the beta begin? When can they jump in?
Yeah, it will begin.
Okay, I think that was an
November
important part. We can go.
28th.
Guys, to wrap this up, you both are very busy, and I appreciate you
Talk
giving me
about-
your time and having some fun getting to know you guys in the games. Is there anything you'd like to end the show with out to the gamers out there about yourselves, the game, the team behind everything Arknights Endfield?
I have a lot of things I want to say, but first of all, thank you for playing our games. Your support is really important for us. Please let me know what are you thinking about Endfield. We are waiting for your feedback.
Thank you for supporting us. And we are very confident about continue to develop the Arknights and Arknights Endfield, develop the world into the very future. And thank you for joining us, joining the world of Arknights and Arknights Endfield. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. We'll see you for the beta test and hopefully for launch very soon.
Okay, any comments about Enfield in here? Hi Fizzy! Hi Fizzy! Holy shit, the first time I've heard Lowlight speaking English. Hi Fizzy. Yes, sir, light yag at me. Okay, yeah. So these parts, indeed, I do think are... Which, I mean, the thing, like, these could be just words, but considering that we see these words in action in Arknights itself, I think it's fair to be like, this might actually be real words. First, gacha is a business model of the game, but games are more than just a business model. There are other gaming qualities to be focused on. Only a high-quality title can win everyone's approval. When making games, whether it's gacha or not, I believe we should use our unique form of delivery to create a distinctive title that leaves a strong impression upon our players. And then, we have this belief that the business model of the game should not be barrier to gaming content. Player experience and gameplay should not be hindered by it, so while making Arknights, we follow the strict rule that non-paying players can also have a complete gaming experience in various gameplay modes. Almost said non-playing players. In fact, such players should be able to engage in various gameplay constantly and even access content that is normally reserved for paying players. Which is very much what we see in original Arknights. That game is incredibly free-to-play friendly. I did... Non-playing players is a funny slip to have when talking about gacha games, though, because, like... You could almost say that some gacha players are non-playing players. They don't play the game, they just, like, gamble. And yeah, with Arknights specifically, they design, like, almost all the content, indeed, with, like, by testing it on essentially free-to-play accounts. I'll blow my nose real quickly, and then we'll keep talking a bit, and we indeed have a bunch of interviews to look at, so... Wah. Okay, I also went to the bathroom. Give a chair. Very insightful, I know. Chair is a very good talker. If that same rule that Lowlight made was in other gacha games like HSR, would that save the game? Well, I mean, you say save the game, but like those games are very successful. It's just that they also have a significant amount of people who are very derisive about them. Because there are many elements to them that are maybe a little bit shittier. And I mean, there's some elements in Arknights that are a little bit shittier because gacha is inherently predatory. This is a fucking mantra at this point. Every single gacha creator at this point, at some point, says gacha is inherently predatory. It's like you're not allowed to not say it. But also, indeed, in the end, it is also indeed it is a monetization model, but not necessarily something. A game does come out better if it is indeed just seen as a monetization model and not like a core aspect of it. But also, at the same time, there's a lot of games where it's like, if you had this game, but it was made with a different monetization model, because gacha monetization always ultimately affects the actual game experience to an extent. Some of the gacha games without a gacha monetization would be like incredible fucking games. But partially because of the monetization model, they're like not as good as they could be. Yeah, conditionals could be made. Like the combo skill conditionals can be made very specific. Like they could be made super specific. But I just don't see them doing it. Because it's like yeah, if it was an HSR or a Honkai Impact 3rd or something, then yeah, they would. But there's indeed just not really a precedent for that in this case, so. You can also, they're good and have that amount of content because the money from the gacha. Yes, that is part of it, however, that some of the reasons indeed, because they're gacha, they have a business model, a monetization model that lets them go on for like ever almost. But also like you could, in an ideal world, right? In an ideal world, you could have that like live service type game experience that a gacha game currently gives you. But what if it was, a subscription based thing instead of gambling? But subscriptions also wouldn't make as much money as gambling. Ideal? Don't wear primal caster ritual situation. Yeah, that is like the main for Arknights specifically. Yeah, primal casters and rituals are like the main example of like, you really kind of do need this one character for it to work. But it's also less of a problem in Arknights in general because you have such insane freedom with how to approach stuff, and it's more reasonable to have like a bunch of characters, Also, that's just based off of the actual like all the kit previews we've gotten from, even from just the shorts. I haven't looked at like the ones from the early access gameplay stuff, but even just based with the shorts, yeah, there's a lot of conditionals now which actually have like multiple conditionals, where it used to be like, oh, just one specific reaction, but now there's often like, oh, if they have this or this, then you get to like inflicted by this or this element, then you get to trigger the condition or trigger the combo, which I think is like a good way to take it, because then you just have like more combos that they can be used in, just less shoehorned into one specific type of team. I do wonder if we'll get how many 4-stars we'll get. Anyway, shall we try and get some of these interviews? There's this one by The Gamer. 3 days ago. So this is an English one. All the other ones are Japanese. Ambitious. That's the word that buzzed through my brain hundreds of times during my 7 hours of Arknights and the Hypergrowth upcoming big budget free-to-play RPG. Wow. Where does it say that it's sponsored? Because it is. At least I'm assuming it is. Oh yeah, because also beta is said to contain around 60 hours. Yeah, it's 50 to 60 hours of content in this beta. So much it's a beta, guys. It's a beta. You have a full game's worth of content. Open registration. Despite a considerable hands-on time, it only scratched the surface. It's a multi-platform spin-off. Oh, here they call it a spin-off. Okay. Serious bank for 6 years and counting. This one might not be sponsored, just considering some of the language here. Also, yeah, 60 hours. I played beta 1 for 100 hours. But, like, I was, you know, I was picking off every piece of meat off of that beta, so... The party-based action RPG, grandiose space opera, opera story at play here, with frequent cutscenes peppered in that feel like no mere afterthought as they do in some gachas. Damn. Sprawling collectible cast invites inevitable comparisons with Genshin Impact and Honkai Star, but its incredible art style and device gameplay elements ensure a decidedly unique experience. Combat is frequent while crafting, resource gathering, celebratory expansion, factory deploying, substantial exploration, and even some light puzzle components come together. An eclectic mix of moment-to-moment fun. Buzzword experience on your own, but it's just that you're a delightfully titled end administrator. It is a delightful title. That's one way to describe it. Partially amnesiac leader. Stuff we know. Plus a mountain of important... Scriptive deploys a mountain of important made-up words. Yep. Yep. Which, however, for Arknights is kind of... It works. Like, for some games, it truly is useless fucking jargon. And it's like, you could have said this in a different way. But then with just the world building that Arknights has in it, it's like, yeah, these words usually matter in some way. Doesn't shy away from obnoxious techno-babble. So real, though. At times, very much so. While some scenes perhaps run a bit longer than they need to. However, while some scenes perhaps run a bit longer than they need to. This one might not be sponsored, this article. Just considering they're not just glazing. Most of these sequences are lavishly produced and filled with enough memorable characters to keep things from becoming too dry. Maintaining this will be critical to Endfield's potential as far as a live service game, as unlocking and powering up these various characters is the main draw. This is real. Snake. Snake woman. High-quality animation, perfect facial recognition, real sense of scale, art style. I didn't even reach Wooling. Well, yep, you won't reach Wooling in 7 hours unless you're given like a save file that's there already. Okay, well, first of all, he has didn't even reach Wooling City, Talos 2's water-rich capital. Not the capital of Talos 2, by the way. Just like the capital of one area. The capital of Talos 2 is Talos City. Bamboo forces the river pathing to engage one of the most stunning visual vistas I've seen all year, and in keeping with the plethora of Chinese folktales about travelers getting lost in such places, these peculiar bamboo trees descend and ascend almost like some kind of living, breathing beast. Combat is fast-paced but offers ample strategic depth. Up to 4 characters participate at once, and you can swap between them at will. You shouldn't, though, most of the time. Stackable debuffs, elemental modifiers. Put a wrench in your foe's plans and your own. Yep, you can get hit by them. The developers have even managed to make the act of stringing auto attacks feels rewarding. It's partly thanks to combo skills, special selectable attacks that pop up when you fulfill specific conditions. Look at my menus. Fighting form. Real sense of individuality to every prospective party member. Not only should you be considering the strengths and weaknesses of your foes when choosing to bring all the further to, also the ways in which each member complements your own battle preferences. Just going over, you know, stuff. Chen Yu. Because the last one, Chen Yu on the other hand has Stellar Gash, which can be triggered when there are at least 2 vulnerable enemies on the battlefield. I think this isn't true anymore. I don't think this part is true anymore. I think it's only 1 now. Yeah, there's still finishers, yeah. When you stagger an enemy, you get the finisher move, yeah. This is not true anymore, I'm pretty sure. It's just 1 now. It used to be you needed 2 vulnerables on field for Chen. Now it's just 1. So, I don't know how they got this wrong. Fucking AI or some shit. This is beta 1 information. Oh yeah, indeed. Also, yes. So, in last beta, you got a free Gibby at day 3. This time you get free Ardelia at day 3. Which, by the way, sucks, because I'm probably gonna miss the first daily reset again, because the beta starts at 5 AM my time. But then daily reset is probably like... So at least last time, it started at like 4 or 5 AM, but then daily reset was like a few hours later. So you got like a really quick daily reset. I'm hoping that's not the case this time, and reset is the same time that the beta starts. Because I was like always 1 day behind on like the login stuff. So for example, also for unlocking character. Use the finisher on one character, then swap can do another finisher. I don't think so. I think the finisher is essentially like, it's 1 per enemy per stagger. Comparing with daily reset time in data wipe beta. It's only because there's a character and also like there's, you know, roles. So it's like if I'm, especially for getting a character, I want to test out characters. Then it's like, I have to wait an extra day if I miss the first reset. And I don't get to test the character as soon. Shaking my head. Though if it's a fucking 1.5 month or 2 month beta, then... Smoothly navigate each active party member's combo skills. Engaging as I level up my party and unlock new characters, I can see growing deeper and deeper. This is a live source free-to-play game. Where does the monetization fit in? Unfortunately, I can't see too much of the details just yet because the gacha mechanics weren't featured in my preview. Okay, so he did get a preview. You know, he got like a preview. Yeah. But it's like not as... Like he's, you know, actually giving criticisms and so on. And it's like... Monetization. Gampa. Judiciously going through the menus is the primary source of real money spending stem from chances to obtain new characters and weapons. Yes, it's gotcha. But Griffline insists there will be a fair and generous system. Then again, whoever heard of a publisher who gleefully declared otherwise? I kind of like this guy. I like this guy. He's like being real with it instead of, you know, just being like, oh yes, it will be great and fantastic. The gambling system will be the best you've ever seen. Must construct additional pylons. Necessary joke to make. So much for base building video games and boring like that, so the fact that I've been even partially come around to possibly have spent countless hours tinkering with Endfield spin on the system is a pretty good sign. Write some use to support your organization, planning with operations, rinse and repeat. New quests are made ways to strengthen your squad, not like you should simply ignore all this if you're not into Satisfactory and Factorio, but I reckon you can keep it to a minimum. Just the same, even if I must confess to a degree of euphoria upon watching my newly made manufacturing devices automatically churn out products. Something delightfully zen about carrying power relays across the map in order to provide electricity to a growing network. Bit Sam Porter Bridges, this. A bit? A bit? Not like it's a crucial inspiration for some of the systems. Oh yeah, here we also, indeed, we have this here. Can I open the fucking image and like... There's some weird translation things, because this is indeed, this is the actual English and not like a translated from Chinese. It's talking about the gate, the portal. Cosmic Gate. When discovered by humanity, both Cosmic Gates on Terra were found in states of severe damage, so they're not calling it like Aether Gate anymore, seemingly. But also, I think some of this translation stuff is just like, I don't know, I think it might be changed back, because some of the stuff is like, why would you, like, whatever, we'll see. Researchers managed to restore the less damaged northern structure, commonly called the Sami Cosmic Gate. Exploration rebuild led to what was initially termed subspace, so this has since been determined to not to be a true Aether side. Maybe that's why they're not called Aether Gates, because it's not actually Aether side. Countless attempts and sacrifices following the reactivation of the precursor celestial measurement device known as the Pivot of Heaven. Right, so this is Celestial Fulcrum, but it's translated here as Pivot of Heaven, which I believe is just a more direct translation of the Chinese. So I'm wondering if they'll keep it Pivot of Heaven, and that becomes the like official, but this is Celestial Fulcrum from Arknights. Within Terra's home star system, humanity finally identified the Cosmic Gate's paired counterpart. This breakthrough allowed the first steps onto the soil of Talos 2. So we actually, get a little bit more of actually how we ended up at Talos 2. In the colonization of Talos 2, humanity exercised deliberate caution by refraining from any modification to the planet's Cosmic Gate. This prudent approach meant no additional Cosmic Gates were discovered in the process. However, scientists across the civilization band widely maintaining that other Cosmic Gates must exist within Talos 2's star system. And probably on Talos 2 itself as well. And yeah, here's an important part. This vital passage between Terra and Talos 2 remained operational for 5 years until the outbreak of the First Agaloy War, when humanity lost access to Talos 2 Cosmic Gate. Today, the Talos 2 Cosmic Gate lies shrouded beneath the aurora of Talos 2, beyond the reach of human activity. And then, stuff cuts off. This just means that we have a more accurate, slightly more accurate time frame again. We know that the gate was open for 5 years, and we know that people came over 150 years ago. So it's been 145 years since the gate closed. Or was it like, it might have been like exactly, maybe the exact year was 152 or something for when they came over, but like 150 and 145 since the gate closed. So now the only part we don't know is how long from current Arknights time is it until the gate was fixed? Is the main question we don't have now. What else is in here? Is it these guys? Landbreaker Chief. Does he? Does he? Or am I looking at this wrong? Does he have like a massive thing? Is this part of him? Or is this like just in the background? Or is it actually like on his back? And if AG will retcon the timeline in beta 2? I'd be surprised if they would. It's on his back? Okay, yeah. Because this is from this part is from beta 2. I don't know why they would like suddenly retcon the 150 years. Or at the very least, if they do, it would just be like a slight adjustment, not like a huge change. PACs. Get fucking blasted. I can echo the Death Stranding protagonist's frequent sense of overwhelmed anxiety. Oh. First few hours of tutorial after tutorial after tutorial. Yep, that happens. Often there's a little much. Copious sub-menus don't agree with technology, both lore-based and mechanically oriented. A wide array of synergistic potential between core features, and even the build mode UI can all threaten to become so much noise that you won't want to bother with any of it. However, you can simplify the headaches here in the final version, that'd be great. Yeah, it's probably gonna... Which is obviously just a common gacha thing in general, is that your first few hours are just like tutorials and menus. Infurious Overloading plays with relentless deployment of distinct content, but it's better than stale concept that's thin on bespoke features. From the visually stunning sci-fi setting and impressive storytelling, English voice acting is great, by the way. It is! Gripping multi-combat in a sense, the guiding principle behind this big-budget gamble is to offer something for everybody. Actually, I mean, I kind of don't like this line. I don't think it's still going to be something for... I mean, yes, sort of something for everybody, but also it's still not going to be a game for everybody. But obviously, it's the whole thing of if you make something for everybody, you make something for no one kind of situation. Which I, however, don't think is still going to be the case. It was a very positive first impression despite remaining concerns of an unknown monetization scheme. Sort of unknown. Going away until we experienced those drop rates firsthand. It wasn't even on my radar before now, but it's now a front and center upcoming RPG. Also, this guy, yeah. Like how they just have Ardashir here at the end, suddenly. What do you think of Mountain ENVA? Hell, he's a Texan. I love my Texan tiger. I mean, yeah, indeed. The economy is always a thing. Gacha, you will never know the full economy of the gacha until it's released, and then also like another 6 months once the honeymoon's over. Tutorials will also indeed, for those who pretty much know the stuff already as well, tutorials will be like even a little bit more of a chore. But then they won't be overwhelming. But yeah, like, I think that's just something that's really, really hard to balance of the beginning tutorials and stuff. Fucking Ram Ranch. My friend made the Ram Ranch joke as well. And yes, fake Texan, fake Texan. For Texas. Yeah, Texas does for some reason have a bunch of domesticated tigers. I mean, there was a whole show, like Tiger King and shit. Anyway, what was it? I'll go with the automaton first. Here they have two different ones. Some of these are... This one is more general Endfield one, and then there's like an interview type thing. We'll go for the general one first and just kind of skim through it, I think. Okay, never mind. This is also about the November 10 media thing. Glimpse gets released on November 28th. Played for about 2 hours. This is just, yep, we know this stuff. Various adjustments. I played both the technical test and the previous beta test. This time there are more elements to try than the previous test. I'm playing this time. I finally got to see the core fun of this game cycle. Ad. Go to Steam and buy game. I'm not sure we have to really... Do we really have to do much here? This is pretty much them just, you know, this just goes through stuff. You know, except they talk about moe. It's Japanese. They gotta talk about moe. So, you know, you have the going gameplay. Okay, sure, whatever. Now let's get to the real shit. Cute girls. If you're going through these cycles, the reward comes from collecting in-game money, strengthening materials, or gacha stones. Meanwhile, through this playthrough, I realized that the character portrayal is my reward. Put it bluntly, it's moe. Actually, it's based on 2D expression. You can actively experience the charm of the character through text. Meanwhile, Endfield is in 3D, and the 3D models and animations are extremely high quality. Costumes and facial expressions are cute, and they move gracefully or coolly. Look at her. And also, Yvonne, what the fuck are you up to as well? Red Riding Hood. Red Riding Hood apparently has some... There's very much a gap moe. Red Riding Hood seems to be the character where they're like a cuddly, cute exterior, and then they're like, I'll rip out their guts and feed on them. And they do it kind of cutely. It's that kind of gap moe. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but it does a lot for some people. And it's at least... It's entertaining. A lot of information, even a passive attitude, makes you feel moe. They love moe. The JPs, they love the moe. And then Last Ride is a whole different type of gap, and I do not like Last Ride's gap at all. She has gap moe, technically, but it's also like the worst gap. Burdick in particular has a maternal side, and combined with a lovely appearance, she really tickles your instincts. Quality of the 3D is so natural, I felt that the character portrayal could be rewarded for me as well. Yeah, I've seen some clips of indeed the character animations in like cutscenes. I don't know like if they're like full pre-rendered cutscenes that I've been seeing, or like some of them are actually, they're probably both. But yeah, some of the indeed character animation, facial expressions and all that stuff, and like micro expressions are like, damn. RPG. Also, you want to hear as well. Oh, also, small woman flying in the air. Combines factory line construction, combat, crafting, exploration, story, tower defense, and moe. The 4 stars. Some concerns, however, instead about whether or not you can obtain characters through gacha will likely affect your gaming experience. Yepers, I mean, yep, it's gotcha. Perhaps due to factory elements, the version I played this time had noticeable long loading times in industrial areas. Oh. Even on a PC with an SSD. Oh. I feel like the loading times in Beta 1 were really good overall. So may have a little bit of optimization to do. Towards a throw, but the factory elements in particular require a fair amount of learning, which could be a stumbling block if you don't have experience in the game. And yeah, you know. Tutorials can be a bit much. Yeah, I also heard that from somewhere. Where the fuck did I... Yeah, where did I... Indeed. That was like a small mention somewhere where indeed Hypergriff is trying to get like an in-house motion capture studio now as well. But also some of the animations that I've seen from the characters are very much like... the easiest way to put it is that they move like anime characters. They don't move like real people. They move like anime characters. Or... in some cases, just like they just move like animated characters, but like mostly anime characters. Which, I mean, fair. They essentially are anime characters. It's just we'll see how it is in the full game, but considering Arknights and Endfield and so on is a slightly more grounded setting, there also might be some specific characters that you obviously move more anime-like, which is fair. But obviously, like, you don't want to have, like, super goofy animations necessarily in something like Endfield, where it is a little bit more grounded, a little bit more realistic. So we'll see. We'll see. Like, I'm interested in seeing sort of just how well they match kind of essentially character acting to characters. Chen needs some goofy animations. Yes, okay, so look, that's the thing. Some of the characters need some goofy animations. But not all of them. I've written a lot, but apart from the gotcha, other points are minor in terms of fundamental creative concerns. The industrial elements make it seem like a novelty rather than a one-point breakthrough. It gives the pressure of being a serious, solid game that focuses on playability. As for the gotcha, Arknights is a game with low pressure to pay, so I hope they'll give it some thought. Especially noteworthy that the factory game is at the core of this management game. Also great to see the factory elements function properly. This point appears to be a game that offers a unique experience. Like to be various issues in the future, such as content and technical challenges, but Endfield challenges are certainly worth testing by playing. Not just for Arknights fans, but for all gamers. Gamers! Oh, we don't need that one anymore. And here's like more about the actual meeting, I think. Like the actual event that they had. Developer briefing. Many episodes of work on hardship difficult, which is way more interesting. Let's see which one. Is this even the right article? What's this photo? Oh, this is about this is the hotel or something. Okay, this is also this stuff, and this is just the gameplay stuff. Where we'll kind of go through this quickly because this is probably a lot of repetition again. Fantastic experience for me as an Arknights player. Please a separate article for more details about the presentation. Okay, and then this is going to be, yeah, about just... Opening theme is completely refined from previous beta. Opening theme, assuming the opening, like, sequence. Oh, they actually have some Is this actually, like... They actually have some comparisons. Oh, if only you could fucking open the image better. Fucking tiny image for ants, man. Image for ants. How am I supposed to compare the quality when your image is tiny? Please. Can I actually get like a... No, fucking, yeah, cool. Well, they have some comparisons. Problem is, image tiny. Image tiny. Okay, indeed, yeah, this was indeed a thing, yep. Where so many of the hair and, yes, ear stuff were mismatched. In this demo, the hair and tail colors were consistent. Huge! Huge! Also, don't talk about Akekuri's tail. Has the UI been significantly changed? Opera equipment screen is now much easier to access. Okay, maybe left side of the screen icons were difficult to understand when looking at the profile, but this time they're now clearly distinguished by text. Okay, well, so yeah, they have like some text. These images are fucking useless, however. Okay, so they probably just add a little bit more text to make it obvious what's what and so on. Fair enough. Oh yeah, this is completely new. The potentials part is like way more soulful. There's like so much more. It has so much more character than this one. Unexpected potential screen, and also indeed where now if you get potentials, you get artworks as well, made by various different artists, which I think is a really cool way for them to include. Essentially, you know, a big part of Arknights is that we have loads of different artists doing their own design, like language and style into Arknights, because everyone's drawn, like all the operators are drawn by a whole varied bunch of artists. But in Endfield, obviously, your main art direction and main art is going to be way more consistent and way more like standardized. But then through this, we still essentially get kind of that same enjoyment of getting different art styles into the game and of the operators under different art styles through this whole thing, which is really cool. And also, I believe all of these also, like, it actually says who the artist is and so on, same as Arknights does. So this is really cool. And obviously for 6 stars and stuff, you know, you may not be getting too many of their potentials instantly. But for some of them, you know, for lower rarities, you're gonna get, like, you'll end up duping them anyway at some point, and I'll just get a bunch of nice art. So yeah, it's a really nice, I really quite like it as an addition. And it also, you know, it's like, it's a, you know, a potential reward that isn't just gameplay. It's just like, just extra content. Because yeah, it's like, you get a little bit, you get more than just, getting potentials is not necessarily just about, ooh, I want bigger numbers to be meta. Some people might be just like, I just really want to have the art so that I can then, because you can also showcase the art in your base or in your Dijon office room. You can also showcase the art. And yeah, I've seen the Endmin arts, yeah, they're really nice. Imagine locking some mechanics under pots. I wonder who could do that. Crazy idea, I know. How would they do that? No, surely no one would do that. And okay, apparently, yeah, you can actually click on stuff. With clicks on various parts of the screen, such as caretaker doll, causing reactions and illustrations being added to the screen when certain conditions are met, adding a playful touch to unexpected areas. I do also, I thought this is a comment, I think someone on the Discord, where it could be indeed nice if also this potentials screen, other than obviously the artwork on it, if indeed the potentials screen had like little items, interactable items that are specific to the character as well. Spectacular smarter AI, no way. Yeah, if it was indeed like their workspace. So they have like their little trinkets and whatnot for a character on the potential screen would be really just like a nice little addition. Previously, the effects during battles on the screen was quite dull, but this version has been greatly improved. It wasn't. Well, I think one thing about Beta 1 was that some of it was a little washed out. Like, a lot of stuff was like a little bit washed out, so maybe didn't have as much contrast on some stuff, which I guess could make it look a little dull. Just that attacks using hit effects among enemies crash also easier to understand, which is another good improvement. Yeah, I mean, it improved the visual presentation. As one more year for releases to add more details. See, that's the cool part, in theory, about a live service game. You can add stuff after the fact. It's completely doable. You can just add stuff after the fact. Operators other than the one you're controlling in your team have also been changed to move more intelligently. And during the trial play, I did not see any operators rushing into an attack and being taken down. They dodged? No way. Controller support, yep. Integrated industrial blueprints. Umineko P. He got the P, dude. He got the JP-P. He's truly producer. No way. Umineko P. C cat P. Integrated industrial system allows for fairly free combinations without any problems in gameplay, so I have a feeling that ultimately the assembling hundreds of factory fields will change significantly depending on the user, depending on the updates and playstyle. Like, there's only so many playstyles you can kind of have in a factory, but even at this stage, just think about a combination would take up so much time, so I kept trial play time to a moderate amount. Trial play time was seriously not enough to fully enjoy the integrated industrial system. Yeah, it's really not. No. Factory does consume time. Addition of Ruby to extremely difficult to read place names. Furigana. This is a JP only thing, really, okay? They added Furigana to place names where the kanji is difficult and weird. That's what this part is talking about. This is JP specific optimization. I guess it could be for CN as well if they had weird readings in CN. But yeah, that is a Moon Runes only. So Enfield JP channel talk about these issues. Yeah, that can be indeed, yes. That can very much be a thing. Where it's just like, that is some rare kanji, and they are being read in an unusual way. It can very much be an issue. Just like, how the fuck do I pronounce that? Like, how do I read that? We don't usually have that issue with our alphabet, you know, of like, it might be how do I pronounce that, but not how do I read that? Suddenly illiterate. PC specs and graphics in the demo machine are important to consider. The specs of the PC loaned out this demo as follows. I almost want to grab this image and like, if it was a bigger image, I'd grab it and like translate it to see the settings. Because actually, I'm wondering, yeah, if this beta will have more graphic settings. Beta 1 graphic settings were pretty much just like one setting, like just sort of like low, medium, high. You didn't really have any extra settings for that. Resolution, low, medium, high was pretty much all you had. Yeah, this is pretty beefy specs. This is quite some specs. I mean, I've got 32 gigs memory. I have a 4070. I can't remember what my CPU is, but mine is not an Intel. But my CPU is. I mean, I upgraded my PC before beta 1, so. Recommend it says, I wasn't able to try them out. Seems the DLSS and frame generation will also be will be supported. Okay, sure. Oh, and also ray tracing should be a thing as well. Still a high end. I mean, 4080 Super, yeah. Dreamlike time where everything's taken already. You wish you had more time. Oh, the event. Oh, food. Food. All the dishes were in Chinese. I didn't know what they were until I started eating them. Yo, they had a buffet? Dude, I'm even more jealous. So I think it was Umineko K? What's the K stand for? Abundance of fruit. Look at huge Pearly. This is a funny translation. First of all, I have to win the election. AKA the beta test invite, not election. Krilling. Oh, yeah. He has to win the election, guys. Now, what is this one? I think this is probably also just game related. They mentioned they all have this like same image of the advanced play video 4K. Wow. I love this fucking like 1990s site though. Look at this beautiful Japanese web design. I think this is pretty much going through all the stuff as usual. Yep, 4 operators, new additions. Photo taking, no way. All the new peoples. Tutorial? You can learn how to use it with operator. Oh yeah, this is the thing that is in somewhere. I think it was in the dev communication. There's indeed now, we actually have trials for all the characters. You can try out the characters in like a trial setting, which wasn't a thing during beta 1. What's going on here? Well, this looks like a mom. Like this is the child asking the mom if they can go do a thing or whatever, or if they can have like a snack or something. Like, Mom, can I have the ice cream? And mom is like, That's what this looks like. An open world, but a sandbox style. Yeah, I guess is that what they're calling it? Sandbox style? Because it's like semi-open world or whatever. Natural linear design. Some players drop out because they don't know what to do. Placing a treasure chest on the other. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah. They hint you. They put a treasure chest, and it's like, wait, how do I get to that side? Oh. 2D ADV format. I think this is beta 1 footage here. Maybe, or maybe not. Again, it could be either. Perlica mewing. Company does repeated tests internally and created a new framework. Hybrid that also uses 2D formats when having remote conversation display maps. Yeah, this is a really nice little thing. When you are having conversations that are like more static, then they had like, you know, visuals and stuff. Water Seed that blends tradition and modernity. I do really want to get to the Wooling just environment looked just so nice to just walk through. One with the loose roof is called Your Papao. Pronounce it on Papao. In JP at least. And then there's these fucking images are so low quality though. And there's this woman. This is the punching woman. This should be the punching woman. And obviously this is Dragon Lady. Academic Aspen members of the development team. Okay, and it's giving us ruling lore. We can get there when we, you know, play the game ourselves. Just a system for beginners. Okay, they talk about the blueprint. The story behind the birth of Perika Chen. Question about how the characters in this, including Perika, the inspector who supervised Perika, were created. Idea for Perika came from a dream he had of a girl riding a motorcycle across the desert one day. This guy just made this dream into the first trailer. It's so... When he shared the image of the dream with his team, the character Perlica was born. It wasn't Perlica who was first created for this game, but her partner Chen Yu. Designed as a descendant of the Chen family from the previous game, there was also a desire to somehow make her smile as she was often sullen. Yeah, I did see this comment, where Chen was created with the vision of, we want to make Chen Arknights, but happy. And thus we have received Chen Chen. Apparently she's teasing Li Feng. Important ways to generate characters. One from a dream and one from just wanting to make a a constantly brooding character smile. You talk about the PBR stuff here, physically based rendering. Steel wool-like material. Yes, dude, the shield soldiers, man, yes. Methods used in high quality. It's how the art and technical teams work together to ensure all elements flow smoothly, even down to the way characters sat and their waiting motions and other random stuff that they do, like looking backwards while walking around. Using highly detailed 80,000 to 100,000 polygons per character. 40 to 50,000 for smartphone. That's good. That's some polygons. How many polygon have the other ones have though? Order release required a lot. Yep. Can I enjoy it? Yes. Oh, this is actual just direct answers. Want to build a community with everyone. If you played Arknights before, we provide a comprehensive guide so you can easily enter the world. Some things that existing players will be familiar with, but they are generally minor. Depending on how much you want to understand, you know, the deep motivations behind stuff, not so minor. People are familiar. Did Rua get translated as street? Social elements have been added, but will multiplayer also be implemented? Yes. But in this game, we're focused on the social aspects of the gameplay experience. Social elements have nothing to do with revenue, but we hope that people enjoy the game. Also, even if we implement multiplayer, we don't intend for it to be required. Yeah. They have some multiplayer elements, but... Endfield Chen is unscottished bagpipe. She's not a farmer, though. Genshin characters in PC have around 30k. Okay. Star Rail characters have probably a little bit more than that. And Wooba characters should have a decent amount. Wooba characters are pretty detailed. She'll have her farming arc. True. She has to have her Chinese cultivation arc and all that. I'm just kind of skimming through these if there's anything. Assuming asynchronous lighthearted approach to the pro. Yeah, when it comes to multiplayer stuff. Yeah, like the little messages and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get... We probably will get like multiplayer events and stuff, but yeah, it's not going to be like a core part of that game. Of course, the battle system. Simple turn-based game or a quick exhilarating action game with designed a strategic real-time battle system. I mean, it is also still fairly close to like an exhilarating action game. You know, if you have to put it closer to one end of the spectrum. Increase the action element creates a sense of exhilaration, but reduces the strategy element. On the other hand, we've brought a strategy, the tempo will be poor, so we're constantly making adjustments to strike a balance. It is a tough balance. What kind of update plans do you have in mind as a live service? Okay, this quote we've also had from the integrated strategies interview, where the rate at which players consume content is faster than the rate at which it is developed. Playtime varies from person to person, so I hope that everyone can enjoy each version in their own style. Of course, we would like to continue to accept opinions and steadily create future plans. Long-term trials are taking the experience into account when creating unique update plans. We want to deliver surprises on a regular basis. Some of the content is nearing the end, and we are currently working on polishing it up. We are preparing large-scale content such as battles and maps. We'll be able to provide content at a pace that suits you. Drawing system is the blueprint stuff. System set up so that you can always reach the goal as long as you take time, so it's not like you can clear the game unless you come up with the best solution. And most players are now able to complete the game on their own without relying on a walkthrough. Future versions will continue to improve the industrial system and new features. Well, the principles the development team holds dear. Of course, we create great games and we work hard every day to create them. The major 3D titles is an unavoidable path. That's a funny translation. I think it's just them being like, we really wanted to do this. Not that it's an unavoidable path. Although we have received some harsh criticism up until now, we've accepted it as a useful advice, and although we're a team with no experience in major 3D titles, we've finally reached the point just before release. I don't know what they mean by harsh criticism in this one. Utmost importance on creation. We constantly verify the design to see if it's truly interesting, and we believe the players will know the systems and characters. Are you also conscious of other works? Even the category of anime style games, it's funny that they actually do directly ask. Many different game designs. Some are designed to be a casual way to kill time, while others are designed to provide an experience or to communicate ideas, and the concepts and targets are all different. However, there's a large number of gamers! Now, there's no anime style games out there, but when they wanted to make a game that like that, and players also expressed a desire to play something like that, so development and player desire aligned in production progress. I feel like a lot of people indeed just wanted a 3D, mostly action game out of Arknights as well. HSR 20 to 60, UVA 40 to 90. That probably would sound about right. Skins or costumes. Costumes are important elements in anime style games, but there are currently no plans to introduce them. Oh, okay. First, we want to create new maps and elements, and we may introduce costumes there as an appropriate form. Okay, yeah. I actually kind of like to hear this, that they're not just like, oh, we have to have costumes right at the start. We have to have skins right away. Yes, focus on making the actual... more of the actual game, and then you can start making skins at some point. Also, the Radio Metal Sword or Radio Metal Scar. Or Metal Scar Radio, actually, is the correct order. Music radio station rated to Hyper's virtual music brand, MSR, yep. Like to increase the amount of music released by this brand and develop various projects such as music programs. I'm really nervous. I hope you enjoy playing. And we have this one. We'll see how much they talk about here. Okay, here we have some development history and stuff. I don't have too much time here. We'll try and go through this fairly quickly. Truly Kojima. Oh, the conference. Yep. Means the relation between... Oh, yeah. Here's one part that I wanted to indeed get to. Umineko, Sea Cat, Lowlight, said that Endfield was born in 2017 when he was thinking about breaking Arknights. Weird translation here, I think. While both sides are related, they also had to develop in parallel. That's why it was decided the story would take place in the distant future of Arknights, because this Endfield contains many hints to the original game. Yeah, so this is just indeed... The Arknights and the Arknights Endfield as concepts have indeed apparently existed in parallel like the entire time. Probably actual development of Endfield took a little bit more to actually get started. But like the ideas have existed both since the start. Just like, damn. They've wanted to make something like this for a long time. But then obviously, you know, had to do Arknights first. Which is just... like... And obviously, luckily for them probably, Arknights was really successful, so they got a lot of money to use on the other idea that they had. It's probably quite different than the original idea, because I think somewhere else it was like that pretty much, yeah, Endfield kind of mainly just started as like, just like the factory portion. And obviously then it's evolved from there. Like, no, I don't think their original idea of Endfield looked like it does now, because like, of course it doesn't. Because also, you know, it back then in 2017 and so on, it probably wasn't a terribly like accurate idea. It was a like vague nebulous concept of like something like this maybe. When it's like you just have like a concept, you don't have much of the gameplay or anything and so on. It's just very much just like a factory game, maybe 3D game, maybe. Like it's very like base elements as the idea. Taking the challenge of management game factory elements. Core part. Big fans of factory game. On the other hand, existing RPGs tend to make players passive. Therefore, because the factory-based element is sandbox-like, they believe the players will actively engage in the game. Well, some of them will. Party of 4 people. What if we can get to some other, if they have some questions? You can put together interesting and strong team with both low and high rarity characters, apparently the same specification as the original. Oh. Specifically mentioned that indeed you can just do both. Overall build up. Over time improved. 50 to 60 hours. Prologue has been revised. Yep. Story revised. Tutorials. But apparently there was still quite a lot of tutorials in the beginning. This is about the map design. They mentioned story again. And a lot more cutscenes and just way higher quality. Linear format was a better experience. Yeah, I think so. You can just direct the story and progress a lot more if you're a little bit more linear. I think it's a good way to do it rather than go just fucking actually full open world. 3D conversion was particularly challenging. Yep, they've talked about this. Balance between gameplay and story is important for long-term game management. They're beginning to achieve this in Endfield. To be more specific, integrated industry, incorporating the gameplay that incorporates water. Cooling, yep. I don't know why this, I think it might be, story might not be the right translation here. Bird's eye view, yep, and blueprints. Familiar character atmosphere. Well, for some of the characters at least. Born from a dream. Yeah, okay, here is also a prologue of the young girl who could be considered the face of the game, said to have been born from a dream. First character designed was Chen Chen. His descendant Chen wanted to show a smile. It's a funny story. How to translate 2D characters into 3D, difficult, realistic, or anime-like looks. So resort to hand-drawn touches to express 3D materials. Ardelia's skirt is fluffy. Fluffy! Considering that Pogonish is a descendant of Helag. Here they say descendant? I don't think that's the case. Okay, this translation is just a little bit confused, I think, here. Because such as his large shield. Pogra does not use the large shield. In the future, they're descendants of or related to characters that appear in the original Arknights. I think possibly the interviewers or the writers are not quite aware of how some of this stuff works. Where they're not descendants. A lot of them are not descendants. Collection of drawing-heavy elements that make developers cry. Poor them. But it seems to have been placed on motion. Sitting positions, idle motion, reaction when receiving gifts are all included. Meanwhile, rendering was apparently a major technical challenge, because the 3D characters in this game have a higher number of polygons, 1.5 times the number compared to other companies' titles. Okay, so here we have an actual comparison to other titles, allegedly. And yet 4 characters can be displayed simultaneously on the screen. Then also the factory area, yep, it can be a bit tough. Renders are important. Core render unit was extensively modified. I've read this somewhere else as well. I feel like I've read this in some other text somewhere. For release, yep. Things like speed patterns are fundamental characters' identity. Supervised use language also struggle. I mean that these experiences were incredibly tough. The experience have allowed the company to evolve significantly. Yeah, it's a fucking insane training arc for Hypergriff. Making Enfield. Every time they hit a wall, they thought about the optimal solution at the time and grew as a development team. Yepers. Arknight's uncle heads to China. Oh yeah, because I think the writer for this one was was maybe was an Arknights fan. As always, I reply without thinking. Speaking of China, there's Arknights. Maybe not then reply this I can. It turned out to be an invitation to immediate position. Wait, around September 2025, when the editorial department suddenly asked me, Rata-san, can you go to China? As always, I replied without thinking. Speaking of China, there's Arknights. Note, there are others. But maybe not. He didn't even know what it was for. He just said yes. Turned out to be an invitation to a media presentation for Arknights Endfield, which is the best offer I could have received as a writer who was completely hooked on Arknights. Dude got so lucky. Or maybe his superior knew that he liked Arknights and was like, hey, do you want to go to China? Couldn't tell him, like, couldn't tell them that, like, this is for Arknights, by the way. But was like, do you want to go to Arknights? Do you want to go to China? Just maybe, you know, casual question. Enjoy the different reactions from each of our prospective press conferences. What's this one? We also have a representative from our sister media, Inside Games. Photography was prohibited. That's why they all have the same images on their articles. Content has been described and edited based on translation. Okay, because indeed they got, you know, there was live translation at the event. Umine copy. There were speculations such as, is this announcement date for the official service and could it be a new game disguised as Enfield? What do you mean new game? Huh? Continental style begins suddenly. Dude, the original little gameplay preview footage. No way. Holy moly, it's changed so much. Interesting incident where the media info sitting behind me turned out to be an acquaintance of mine. What I remember most vividly is that the two of them entered just on time and the interview style presentation began without any interruption, without any warning. Actually ancient footage. Dude, they posted the video. Conversation began with a discussion about when the idea for Arknights first came about during the development of the Arknights IP. According to Moneko, the idea was already in the cards when the company was founded in 2017. He said the factory design and anime-style game design he wanted to do finally began to take shape in early 2022. Okay, yeah, indeed. The idea of something like Enfield existed since 2017. The actual form of it was 2022. We have to look at this real quickly. We have to. This exists. Obviously, it looks a little different, and it was even more diegetic with the pulling up the hand. Oh my god. It's so old. Scorpion. Dude, when this dropped, it was crazy. Like, whoa, Arknights, but it's moving and like, whoa. Rolling Perlica. Rolling Perlica. Climbing Perlica. No jump button, automatic stuff. And then they just show you some water, and it's like... This is, like... Also, it's old Chen design as well. This is really just like... First of all, a bunch of this looks like a little bit like RA. Like, this looks a little RA-ish, you know? This is very much just like RA visuals, but just 3D. Man. It was so different back then. Crazy. See, that the fact that the time was quite far removed from Arc was part of the original plan, and we moved on. Okay, so the fact that they're different time frames, because of course, especially if they're done in parallel, you have to separate them in some way so that making two stories that are happening at the same time in the same universe, absolute nightmare. It does not make sense. That's like a needless complication. Separate them by time or something. We'll go through this quickly. I have to hop on with friends soon, so. See if there's any interesting, because I think it's most of the interviews, you know, these articles seem to have, you know, approximately the same stuff once you get to the stuff. Yep. Inexperienced developer dilemma. Okay, here's the polygons again. 150 to here it's saying 150 to 200% more polygons than other companies in the same genre. The retravel is designed. Oh, here's some new stuff. Here's some surprising new information. Umenakopi says that the retravel is designed to fulfill the wishes of the operator in their dreams and to represent another form of that person. Once to recreate the image in Arknights, our daily lighting. An Arknight's image were based on the texture of actual steel wool. Also, yeah, this writer is an Arknights fan, so they know what's going on with the reconveners. On the other hand, Prognostic said he had a hard time recreating the special moves in order to express the heyday of the past. He tried to recreate the image as much as possible based on the bloodline coordinates of the battles on the screen. Dude, this guy is fucking goated. He knows he truly is Arknights player. He's like, oh my god, the bloodline of combat. How many polygons does 2B's ass have? The thing you're thinking of is misinformation. No, she does not have 300,000 polygons on her ass. The classic meme is unfortunately misinformation. I hear they're talking about Chen. And Chen and Pearly. Wooling map, which is bonus in the beta, is now even more gorgeous. Or disease. And indeed. So what's this little... literally don't have time to click onto this one. Wooling incorporates... Yeah, just gonna go about Wooling. Q&A session started ahead of schedule. This is the same. This is just going to be the same, isn't it? It's just like... It's going to be the same answers. Except paraphrased slightly differently. They want to create battles that are simply exhilarating, so they create a system that had a certain amount of action and strategy elements. Action elements are too strong, yeah, it's the same thing. Where it's I have to balance action and strategy. Or like pure adrenaline action and strategy. Dwindling Endgame, they're talking about the whole thing where, yep, people just play the whole game and then there's no content. Researching the game as a gamer. No need to refer to the correct answer. Goal is to make good games. Weird translations. What do you think about other anime style games? There are many titles, but they're all equally good and bad, and each has a different target audience. Okay, Hypergrid Imperial has many gamers among its staff, yes. There, well then, internally considering the coordination, I haven't thought about it that far. Gameplay mechs are more important. Yep. Yippers. And then Middle Scar Radio. I like how they indeed both heard mention Middle Scar Radio. Extremely intense and unforgettable. I read that as extremely intense and forgettable experience at first. I was like, oh. Did he max level Chen for? Did he find an image of Max Chen himself? It might be from, I believe the playtests had like the characters maxed out. The playtests in like these media ones. Please read a separate article to see what the demo was like. Yep. Interacting with a local Arknights player at a shop in city using a translation app. This dude got so lucky. This dude got so lucky. Where he's like, hey, you want to go to China for a thing? I was like, yeah, sure. And then it ended up being Arknights, and he's a fan of Arknights. Imagine just suddenly learn. You go there, and it's like... The Arknight. What? No way. Let me check Discord really quickly. Okay, people are somewhat waiting. Some of those interviews took a while to go through. We didn't even get to go through all the possible news that there was. But I think we went into the main stuff. I kind of wanted to mainly look at interviews that were like, I guess, more media official interview type things, rather than go through like early access gameplay stuff from other creators. I wonder if they have anything. No, I think I went through all the bookmarks that I had for stuff as well. Yeah. Went through all them. Endfield. No way, Endfield. I did want... I had things I want... Oh, now IGN has also... Actually, I didn't notice. IGN did also have a tweet with the same that we saw in the short.
Producer of the Arknights.
We watched the short. That's just a tweet version of it. Addressing Endfield. Yeah, if I had more time, I maybe could have... I think I had some thoughts about, like, you know, the discourse about the discourse surrounding the game. But I think today we'll just focus on actually going through actual information. I don't have time to go through the discourse over the discourse. Hey there, Kiari. You've joined just as we're trying to leave. Okay, this I will show you because it just happens to be on my Twitter. Look at fluffy little Don Don. Bonk, bonk. Bonk. Okay. So next week's streams will pretty much indeed will be reading Tragodia. I'm not from Germany, I'm from Finland. So I don't know what to think about Arknights Germany. Apparently the translation is not great for any other language except the main ones. Only Japanese, CN, Korean, and English translations are good. I've heard all the other translations are pretty rough. But yeah, so indeed, next week's streams will probably just indeed be reading the Tragodia event, since I'll have time next week. Next week I should have more than enough time to read the thing. And then the weekend after that is... It's beta weekend. So... Translation of what? Just like the websites and the tweets and like media, stuff like that. Because Endfield now has a bunch of languages, like language accounts for like Twitter and stuff. And I think the websites also have more languages on it. Those translations are apparently not great. Not very good. Unfortunately. But for now, I'm trying to see if I have any immediate thing I want to... I think we went through. I yapped enough during all the interviews. I said my pieces. I could have tried to maybe summarize what my favorite parts were, but I can't do that right now. My brain, no brain for it. No brain left. Also, yes, indeed. There is like one day. It's like a day and a half left of the pre-registrations. So if you have not filled out a survey for the beta yet to possibly get test invite, should probably go do that because it closes on like Monday. So like early on Monday, it closes. So also, no, Baku, indeed, access check is not a thing yet. That will probably only be a thing after the survey closes. So, because once we do have it, it should just be on the main site for Endfield. It should just be somewhere here. It might be here. It could be even like right here. Possibly. For the check access. This might just be changed into check access once it's up. But obviously, yeah. Surveys have to close before that comes up. Also, yeah, indeed, I did see this, yes. We've been at 75% on pre-reg for like days now. I'm wondering if it's like actually just stuck or if there's something weird with, I don't know. We'll see. They will, they will just fill it up. They will just like, these never fail unless you're Limbus company and you're way too transparent. These never fail. They're rigged. God hand will rig it. I can assure you. But now, for now, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. Cool stuff. Still excited for Endfield. I didn't get to. Maybe it's not. We literally won't have, unless I talk about them in text on Discord. I won't actually really have time to talk about the discourse surrounding the discourse of Endfield. Like 3 levels of discourse. Because by the time that I would have time to talk about that, it's just the beta is already there, and I guess we can then just talk about it during the beta if we need to. But at that point, we might just want to talk about that. Then we just might have played the game, you know, so on. So yeah, okay. Thank you. Goodbye. We see next week for Tragodia reading, probably on Friday. Probably. Goodbye.